We're live there and we're live there. So, we're back with more of this. And last time radio control system. Oh, now that's nice. I like that. That is good. We have now got access to lots of different things that are being manufactured. So, right, over here, you are out of those. So let's go ahead and grab these and we're going to upload them. We're going to take these and we're going to move them. So you, friend, oh, you're on Call of Duty. Alright, well, you know what? Haha! Get rid of that. And those. Now, we are going to need a lot of versatile frameworks. So let's grab a bunch of steel beams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. And right, modular frames. We gotta drop some of those off. So over this here way, you, nope, you're not the right one. We're going up here, we're going up this way. Whoop. And let's keep bouncing and flying our way up here. Got this, and now we are going up to here. So that is going to be a lot of things there. That was 600, so that's going to be 2,400 frameworks. 2,400 versatile frameworks. Now, 50 requires us to have... I don't even know how many. Right, let's quickly load those at 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, we're out of space there. 1, 2. I guess we'll get these cleared out. 3, 4, 5. 6, and right, what else can we do? What can we swap out? Stators? No, we're gonna be full on stators. Damn it. Well, still, we've got loads of things there. And while we're setting this to mass produce all of these here field generators, we also got to consider what we need for electromagnetics. Silly me, thing fell over on my desk, indicating I really got to clear my desk. There is so much shit on there. Right, let's fly, slide, jump, all of this sort of stuff. And we're heading down this way. One thing I didn't check to do. Let's look at the... Whoop. Lumia stream. That was silly of me, wasn't it? Didn't have that enabled. I already have premium. Silly biscuit. Okay, TikTok is live on the thing. Let me quickly check just to see. How do I view my profile thing? On their profile. Yeah, user, maybe? Okay, dashboards. Right, we've got all the things hooked up there. So that's good. Right, Twitch is there, TikTok is there, all of that kind of thing. Let me test something here real quick. Okay, cool. TikTok chat does appear on screen. Lovely. And it turns out I had all of those there modular frames. Another 6 of those. And now we'll upload all of those. So you're going to produce frameworks. 25 per minute. Now over here, out of Nobelisks, so instead you're going to produce, where are they? Electromagnetic control rods? No. AI limiters. Where are they? AI limiter. So, I want 5 max 2. So if I want 1,000 AI limiters, I'm gonna need 2,500 copper sheets. So let's go over to here. That is 20. So 20 times 200. That's gonna be 4,000. So now I need copious amounts of quick-wire as well. Hello there, Meow Meow. Hi. The cat is just being adorable there. You can see the little tail here. Whoop. There you go. I love that cat. He's such a good cat. Now, quick wire time. Let's go grab, fly, all of that kind of nonsense. So we're jumping, we're flying, we're sliding, we're doing all of this. On we go. Let's jump, fly, slide. Right. Okay, we're maxed out on Caterium. Lovely. So we can take this, we'll jump, slide all of this nonsense down out of the way. And we can also look at setting up our bauxite transport. I think maybe. What's up, Baba? You want to jump up? Hi. Do you want to jump up? Yeah. Come on up. Come on up and say hello, Baba. You got this. There you go. See? Isn't that nice? Oh, I know what's going on. He's wondering, why can't I access the windowsill? I'm sorry, Baba. But sometimes you just gotta realize that, no. No, you can't. Right. Okay. We'll upload all of those into here. And you're now going to mass produce AI limiters. We're going to take some of these and upload them. Nobelisks, we're going to pin those. Hello, my Baba. Isn't she just the best cat? Okay. Okay then, buddy. You can chill there. Excuse me. Excuse me. Right. So we've got those producing AI limiters. We've got these tires that we can set up the railway networks to run along. And I need to find a way to make this work. So, let's start building highways. And we're going to run these highways along land. Like we've been doing for some of these. Hello. Hi. So, up we'll go like this. And into here. So this here area. Hello. Yeah? You okay? You alright there, buddy? Oh. My little angel. My little angel. So, we've got that there. Let's quickly start mass construction on our mega factory here. You can also see the fact that I was silly and did not close the game in the background. I haven't been playing the game in the background, but I have been having a power nap while watching the Grand Tour. I believe it's the Scandi Flick episode. It has now started going on to the Euro Crash episode, which I also love. I don't even really care about motorsports or anything. I just think they're friggin' hilarious shows. Right, so that's cleared out a lot of inventory space. And now we can take this here. We're going to bounce and fly up like this. Over here, we've got all of this. Are you done with the powder? You appear to be done with the powder. Lovely. So, you're being swapped out into petroleum coke. You're going to make 300 per minute. And we're going to have that mass producing. So, all of that smokeless powder, I think I'll actually grab and start moving it. So let's bounce up here. Whoop. Grab all of that. And we're going to do a little bit of research when we get back to our base. So this mega factory, I think, is going to be our space elevator factory. There will be multiple floors underneath it. And it will all be fine. Trust me, don't worry. We're heading up this way. Bounce there. And slide, jump, feather it, jump and slide. Now, over to this. Hard drive scans being completed. What do we got? Basic iron ore uranium fuel unit. It manufactures 0.6 per minute. But it seems pretty okay with that. Encased uranium cell, electromagnetic rod, 3 crystal oscillators, and 10 rotors. Radio control system, you're going to produce, you are very effective, resource-wise. Let's look at, no, Caterium. So this here, we need AI limiters and steel beams. So let's grab those. And then we've got the AI limiters coming out where? Here. Should have 100 of these ready. And I can go to here, Caterium, and start research. Now, high-speed connector and rifle ammo.
Switch unlocked. Fixit is proud to announce that the power switch facilitates
Rifle
power grid
ammo
management through the application
and
of the latest advances in on-off switch technology.
Connector.
Fixit.
Right,
It's fun to
Caterium.
have power.
Upgrade that. Lovely. And now
Homing
we
rifle
need
ammo
quick
unlocked.
wire.
This ammo can be loaded into a normal rifle and, when fired, will seek a target. Clarification. This does not make the rifle a homing rifle. If you leave the rifle alone, even when loaded with this ammo, it will not return home like a devoted and adorable puppy and/or kitten.
So stupid, but we love it. Priority power switch. Lovely. And now for this, we need AI limiter
Priority
and
power
heavy
switch unlocked. This
frames.
assists with power grid management by automatically powering down specified connections when a grid failure
Let's
is imminent.
make sure
Use it to prioritize power for
So
the
we
most
need
important infrastructure.
more of these. And right. Deuterium. Programmable splitter. So that's another set of things completed.
Programmable splitter unlocked.
Quartz.
This
We need
upgrade
heavy
to the
frames
stealth
for that.
splitter provides additional options to improve conveyor belt logistics.
That'd just be easy to complete. Here we've got rebar. Let's go ahead and do that. 150 rebar. I can work with that. In here, we'll take these. This is now mass producing coal like that. And right, over to here. Quartz. Upgrade this. And that's yet another thing sorted for us.
Shatter rebar unlocked.
Fire
These
slugs.
quartz
Oh yeah, that's
infused
time
rebars
crystals we need for that.
fracture when fired,
Alien
launching
technology.
deadly debris in a wide spread. Fix-It does
Tempting.
not condone the use of such
That,
violent methods,
no.
so make sure there are no witnesses.
This, okay. So, speed connector. Do I have, okay, I've got enough in our thing. Tor. Oscillator. And DNA capsule. Right. Megafauna. Start research. So that's
Hostile
that bit
organism
taken
added to
care
the
of.
object
Right,
scanner.
this here.
Note, it cannot detect the species, only
What's going to be
aggression.
our next
There are many
thing?
creatures that dislike you, Pioneer, but I am your true
Maybe the
friend.
radar tire. Sulfur. That's also tempting. Do we have what we need for rocket things? Oh wait, crap. You need to be upgraded. So upgrade that and that. This is much more like it. So you're going to fill up as quickly as you can. You're going to take this here and upload it now. This, we've got loads of screws loaded in. Time to set us to heavy. Right, that's going to be 1 every 30 seconds or 3 every 64. We're going for this one. Now, if we had 400 modular frames, which I think we might. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. That's 7, isn't it? Yeah. So let's just grab some more frames from here. Load those in. Now, we've got 400. We need encased beams. We need 500. So let's grab 500 encased beams out of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we've got 800 there. We could make even more. Let's do that there. Hey, Room with a View. Thank you very much for the sub. Greatly appreciated. How are you going? Are you well? 'Cause you're looking well. So that's 1,000. That makes that 500. So right, in here, we'll load 200 more of those. Wait, that's only 900, isn't it? Nope, that is going to be 1,000. You here, we can load these other two in. Let's get these screws out of the way. Right, okay, that's good. Surprised made it through the heat wave. Shouldn't be that surprised. We're resilient like that. Right, so 1,000 is going to be... Right, 100. We need 3,600 steel pipes and 2,200 concrete. So, concrete time. Let's go get 2,200 of that. Whoop. Slowed down a little bit too much there. How has it been over on your end? Are you still around the London area? Because jeepers, so some of the calls I was having were ones in work and everything. Like they were saying, it's like, oh yeah, it's about 40 degrees. And it's like, why? Why is that like legally allowable as a work temperature? because that should not be legally allowable as a work temperature. Right. Ooh, screws I need to get rid of. That was silly of me. So right, crafting bench, we're going to pop all of the screws into there. And then over here, so that's 500. So that's going to be 3,000. AC broke under the workload at work. Ooh, shit. That's definitely not going to be good. I did see that they're trying to, like, a couple of ones are trying to put forward legislation for, like, maximum work temperatures. And part of me understands it. Part of me absolutely understands it, because it's like, hey, it's way too warm to be working, but also at the same time, I'm like, that's also not a temperature that, like, if you send people at home in that, how are they going to get home? Many of them are going to have to take the tube, right? And if they take the tube in that, then, oh dear God. You know? So right, let's organize this, and we are now looking for steel pipes. So we've got 1,000 of these. And we need even more. So you're going to produce a lot of those. Because we need lots of those. Now, let's head up this way. Bounce like that. Keep on doing this here. To land us like this. Ice creams last Wednesday when it was 38. Wait, like, work gave you the ice creams? That's pretty awesome. Like, awesome of them, if they did. I respect a workplace that's just like, hey, we're gonna be nice and give you ice creams. There was 2 of the ones. So the company I work for, it's weird. I now work for the company that owns the company I used to work for. We got sort of insourced, I guess, is the easiest way to describe it. Right, so that's 1,200. That's going to make us up to 2,200. We need more of these, so let's clear out these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, steel pipes, we've got 11, 2,200. So we need 400 more. But yeah, even though I'm in a separate company, the ones that were... It's not even a power flex, it's literally like one of those tubey things. It is kind of nice, I won't lie, having the whole thing of it's like, hey, yeah, so I can just happily go, yep, we're not doing that there for you. If I get requests sometimes for like, hey, can you work on this? I just go to my line manager and just says like, hi, they want me to work on this, and I don't want to work on this. I want to work on my work, so, you know, how do you feel about this? And then occasionally I just get those like, sounds like you're pretty busy. I think you shouldn't work on that. And it's like, alright, I guess I just can't work on that. That really, really sucks. So there we go. This is going to be a whole pile of these. Right, we've got heavy modular frames. Let's quickly get these ready. Frames. Heavy modular frames. Move those into there. We also need computers. So, more computers. And we're looking at quartz. We can now do this. Lovely. So that's that part done. 15 and 100.
Tower unlocked. The tower reveals resource nodes.
Well, let's just go ahead and get that there completed. We've got mass production of those things anyway, so lovely. And now this, right, that's nuclear
Priority
nobilists.
merger unlocked. Useful for prioritizing
Right, we
between
need
inputs to
100
avoid eventual
of
stoppage.
these,
If you have an issue with
which is
stoppage
doable.
somewhere else, consult a physician instead.
And that's going to be quartz completed. So we're happy there. Now this sulfur,
Nobelist
yeah, so we need
This
encased
ammunition for the
uranium
Nobelist detonator
cells.
generates a powerful
We need
shockwave
100 AI
capable of
limiters,
repelling nearby
and we
objects,
need
including the user.
500 of those.
Unrelated.
So how
Please
much,
ensure
what do we
all your
need for an
fixed
encased
liability
uranium
waivers are up to
cell?
date.
It's got to be over here then, I guess, right? Uranium fuel rod. Or do I need, like, what do I need for... Oh wait, it's probably a blender. That's probably it. Hey! An anonymous gifter gifted 1 tier 1 sub to James QB. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the anonymous gift. Hopefully, you're having yourself a wonderful little evening. I wonder who the anonymous gifter could be. Right, let's have a look, see here. So right, that we could set up. Let's quickly check how many we've got of the frameworks. Versatile frameworks, how many we got? A non-zero amount. Let's take these automated wires and get them uploaded. So automated wirings, we've got those. We're also going to go ahead and upload some of these. So right, you are like that. And then we're going to go like this. Grab some more of those. And things will be lovely. So this here, right, you are just standard rifle ammo. And then you could make more of that. So this here, smokeless powder and copper sheets would make 30 rounds. Do we go for that? I think maybe we do. We're gonna press a little pause on that. So let's quickly over here upload those and those back in. Now what we want here is 100 of that smokeless powder, and then we want more copper sheets. 1, 2, 3. We're going to take this here so that we can make a lot of rifle rounds. So this here should be able to make us a nice healthy 3,000 or so. So right, you're going to use that and produce a lot of that ammo. 375 per minute. Nice healthy amount. And then we can take some of that ammo. You're going to use 37.5 per minute and 25 per minute. So in 4 minutes time, that's going to be completely full up. Here we've got loads of AI limiters. Fine. That's doing its thing. Over to here. And I guess we're going for another hard drive scan. Let's go with that. So hard drive is now scanning. Basic iron ingot or uranium fuel ingot. No, let's replace that. Infused uranium cell. This could be produced with only solid or electromagnetic connection rods. Right, so that is 2 becomes... Let's have a look and see what the ingredient things would be. So 2 becomes 2. So that's a 1-to-1. What about the AI limiter stuff? Let's look at the normal. 3 becomes 2. And that would only make us 4 per minute. What do I need for... Do I have silicon high-speed connectors yet? I don't appear to. Radio control system, those are going to be useful as well. I wouldn't mind having that. But silicon connectors. Crystal computer. Not bad. Pretty efficient as far as things go, but Caterium computers are good. automated miners is not a bad idea to collect en masse. Or this inventory slots and copper routers. Encased or infused uranium cell, quickwire, sulfur, silica, uranium. God, it's tempting. It is tempting. But you know what? We're going for this here. Just because it's going to be good for us. So there's here. Ad breaks just started. So that there is going to be a lot of stators required for that. Stators, we're going to need pipes, and we're going to need wire to mass produce those. So let's quickly look over here. And I think it's time for us to update some of our things. So right, this here we're going to load foundations, mega factory walls. We're cutting this in half. We're going to have this be one floor per wall. So let's do this here, save 76 and 24. Now we have to start considering how we make certain things. So let's look at You know what? We're going to start with just a couple of simple things. So let's take this, and we're going to move you down. We gotta have you centered about here. You are going to be set up to produce reinforced iron plate, I guess. Or alclad aluminum sheet. Ooh. Could just have that set up nice and easy. This here one, on the other hand, copper sheet and quick wire. AI limiter, copper sheet, and quick wire. Or circuit boards, plastic and quick wire. Silicon circuit boards is going to be silicon or silica, and those fine concrete 3 and 12. Compacted coal, fabric, rotor, stator. Maybe stator. We're going to go for this here, and we're going to set up some constructors to lead into this. So, here we have that. You're going to use 40 wire per minute. This is going to produce... Whoop. So this is producing those. And then over here, we want these to lead out to this. So, logistics. We want a conveyor merger like this. So you are going to go out like this, and you're going to be that. You are going to feed in from here. Now, these will all be connected together. 1, 2, 3. So all 3 of those are getting connected together, and this will allow us to make stators out of one factory in a floor like that. Or no. As I think of it, I don't like it. Maybe you have stuff feed down. So maybe what we need is construction bays. Let's have 8 constructors all feeding in. So out to here, logistics, conveyor merger, and right over here, we shall go like this. So that's one there. Now, production, constructor, I want going out there. I guess we gotta upload some of these things just to clear a little bit of inventory space. Circuit board. Grab those. Now, you here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So these are, yes, they're in line with these. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. There's another. There's another. And there's another. And over here, we're going to go for a logistic splitter, which is going to go here. Now this logistic splitter is going to hook into all of these. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oop. So this here, just because we want everything to be Mark 5s really, we're going to have all of these be Mark 5s because we want a manifold to fill up as quickly as possible. So, do we, I guess we kind of got to. It looks a little bit ugly going like that, but we're just gonna have to deal with it. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now you here, connection 5, 5, 5, 5, and 5. All of these here are outputting now. And we take this, whoop, not the blueprint designer part, but we take this part instead, and we hook it in. So this will do its little bit. So all of these are going out like this. You connect to there. You go like that, and you go like that. Now, this area we'll just call a construction bay. So, construction bay, and we're going to put you into productions. And where's constructor? There we go. You are now set to foundation primary. So now we can set this up. Ooh, that was almost silly of me. We want all of these hooked in together. So this is a construction bay. Now we can set this up for iron plates. This is going to use 240 to make 160 iron plates per minute. And let's quickly go to customizer, unpainted, and we're going to hook all these up with that. Iron plate bay. So, iron plate bay, and we're going to swap you to this. Now, next is going to be iron rod bay. Got those. That's going to be 120 per minute. So we could have many of those all feeding in together. Right, iron rod bay. Now we want iron screw bay, 12.5 per minute to make those. A lot of this. Okay, so that's 12.5, so that's going to be 100 to make 400 screws per minute. iron screw bay. Whoop. That was stupid of me, wasn't it? Now we'll quickly go to here and we're going to load the iron screw bay. We're going to load the iron rod bay. And you, icon, let's change you to parts, iron rod bay. And now, anything else? We could do, right, it's going to be copper wire bay, I guess. Grab these here. And I just realized rifle ammo. We kind of forgot to have it, like, finishing up over there. Let's go for the copper finish. Oop. Constructors. Let's paint the whole lot of those. Wire bay. So, copper wire bay. So, that will be that. We're going to change you to parts. And you're going to become this. Now, for this next one, it's going to be a little bit different. These here, we're going to go for... This is going to be the copper cable bay. So that's going to produce 30 per minute. This is going to use 60 wires per minute. So right, these are going to be 120. Right, I guess we gotta have these be like this. You're going to be the wire bay. Then we connect all these out. We're going to dismantle you. And then what we want is these here are going to get split out like this. So you're going to be the conveyor splitter there. And we'll place a conveyor splitter, or a conveyor lift rather, here. So you, conveyor lift. We're going to put you here. And we're going to put you here. We're going to have both of you fed out from here. So, there's that part done. Conveyor splitter. Let's put you there. And now, have you go out to here. That'll be a straight connection. And then, that'll be a straight connection. That is going to be our copper cable bay. So that's how we'll do that. It's going to create a surplus and it will back up. But it'll be fine. Now that has been... Whoop. Yep, we're going to save that quickly. Let's load the copper wire bay. And these are going to just be shifted to copper sheets. So, this here, copper sheet, copper sheet, copper sheet, and copper sheet. This here, copper sheet bay. Copper sheet bay. Lovely, and you are going to be parts. That. Copper sheet. Okay. Now... we need a couple of paint jobs. Hello, meow meow. Don't stand on top of the monitor. That's very rude to do. You might damage the monitor, and we don't want that. Because if we damage the monitor, then I have to sell pictures of your paws on the internet to make the money to replace it. Do you want that to happen, little buddy? You want me to have to take photos of your paws and sell them on the internet? Probably sitting there thinking, it's like, yeah, I'm cool with that. Right, get rid of those. That to upload. New. Right, over here, let's quickly do 100 of that. Now, we want more of these. We have the rifle ammo. We've got several thousand, in fact. This is going to be 3,000 by the time we've done that. So, 4 minutes for that to be done. Ooh, wait, hang on. Paint job time. Over this way. And let's look at organization customizer. Here we go. So add both of those in. And I want the fix-it coupons. So let's take these here. Lovely stuff. All uploaded. So all of that there. Now we can custom paint our steel arrays. So custom paint. I think she just forgot to say anything to us. So right, now we swap these all to carbon steel paint job, and we're going to make you steel beams. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is going to use 480 to make those, and you're going to make 120 steel beams per minute. So this here, lovely. Steel beam bay. Steel beam bay. And you, parts, steel beams. Steel pipes, swap over to this. So you'll use 240. So 480 and 240. We can actually just use the max amount of steel ingots that we could fit onto these to do the steel pipe bay. Steel pipe bay, and we're going to set this to, where are they? Am I being a buffoon? An imbecile? Nope. I just hadn't scrolled down far enough. And aluminum casings now. So this is going to be 720 per minute for these. So right, we've got those. 720 per minute being used to produce, right, aluminum casings. And yes, it is aluminum in this. Aluminum casing bay. And you are going to be where? Wohin Geist. Okay, we gotta search for Casing. Lovely. Now, customizer. We gotta set this up for the chrome finish. I realize. So, that's that part done. Fine. And quick wire. So these here, what? Why are you not? Okay, right. This will use, okay, that's a lot of quick wire this can produce. So this material is going to be our Caterium quick wire bay. Lovely. We're just going to call this Caterium Quickwire Bay. So, Ca for Caterium Quickwire Bay. And this way, we've got a nice little modular factory. Caterium Quickwire Bay. Parts. Where is it? There it is. No, that's like that. We gotta load one of the smelter arrays, though. We gotta load one of these here, and we're gonna call it Caterium Smelter Array. So there is that. Close the brackets. And you are going to be parts. Where is Caterium Ingot? There it is. Now this here, we want to set all of these smelters to the gold mode. That is set like that. Lovely. Now we can go into our blueprint designer bit, productions, smelter array, Caterium, so that's going to be those three. Now, these arrays we can get rid of. So, copper wire, iron rods. Right. Now we just got to kind of move these around. So, that iron plate, then iron rod, iron screw, copper wire, copper cable, copper sheet, then Caterium. Let's move. Okay, keep you there. Aluminum casing goes there. And then steel beam goes across one like that. So there we go. We've got those all set up now. Let's set the rest of our ammunition assembly. Load these. And then we've got 100 left. Let's take... Is that 3,000 already? We could go for the rifle ammo. What's this like? Okay, so that's 2,000 we've got there. You're going to produce all of this. We've got about 4 minutes before it's ready. So let's jump up to here, have a look. 180 quick wire. Okay, so quick wire, we're still going on. Quick wire, right. That's a whoa, unfortunately. Now, over to here, we'll get rid of the alien DNA remains. We'll also throw those out. That should be... Okay, that's 6 coupons. We don't mind 6 coupons, so we don't... Over this way, we've got a hard drive decoded, right? So let's see what we got from it. Aluminum beam or instant scrap. Electric motor. That ain't bad either. 7.5 per minute. That is good. Quick wire cable is also a little bit tempting. Just because that's a lot of cable we can get from that. Well, let's set up our next one to scan. Over this here way. So, you still producing? Got 40 of those. Right, all of that being done and doing its thing. So over here we've got copper sheets and quick wire. Right. Let's grab ourselves the quick wire. Load this in. And how much? We've still got a lot of that. So, quick wire. Let's load 2,000 in. That's, we've got 1,300-ish. So 1,300-ish of that means we're going to need about 5,000, no, 6,500-ish of the other. So this here, right. Getting closer. This 34. Right, 32. We're going to have to keep it doing its thing, so that 132 should be the last bits we need. You're still producing more AI limiters, which is good, because we've got tons of those now. Manufacturers, what have you got for us? You need more modular frames. So let's grab more modular frames. And load those all in. How many heavies have we got? That's only 300. That's not as many as we want. Right, okay, we are maxed out on explosive rebar. That's genuinely surprising for me. I don't know why I thought we would have a shortfall of it, but we apparently don't. Over to here, we'll just get rid of all of that plastic. Because why wouldn't we? Up this here way. Heavy modular frames, we've got loads of those. How much concrete? All of that kind of jazz. Right, we've got about 200-ish of those. So I think we might be okay. I am going to go up and collect a few more of those while all of this does its thing, and then we'll come back down and grab the other bits. So trying to think of areas that might be useful to set up. So there is a pure iron node, I believe. Well, we've got these two up here, which is good. But we could also do with setting up some of the other things. So in here, let's go for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll upload these. And we're going to grab another 200 of these just because. You're still mass producing, right? Yes, you are. So these would all feed out a particular way. And we're going like this. Fly over to here. I think maybe we set up little small mini factory type things. You're just wires, etc., which is fine. So right in here, we're going to load another 150 of those. You, on the other hand, you're fine. And yep, you are dandy as well. So over here, let's upload those. So we got 60 and we got 90. You're going to use in another 2 minutes. You're going to be cleared out. And then maybe we swap you across to something else. So smokeless powder, we can upload those into the inventory just to be cleared of them. And the rest we're going to pop into here. So up like this, you're fine with all of this. Smokeless powder, we've got all of this. Right, another 25, a minute and a half. Now, silicon connectors, high-speed connector. We need a lot of quick wire. We need a lot of that other stuff. So let's check what the hard drive we just got was before. I forget if we looked at it. Nope, we didn't get the thing we wanted. Radio control system, or let's swap that. Alclad casing. So that's more cost effective. I like that though. That's actually good. Oop. This here we're going to pick because that way we can set up assemblers so that we send smelters out for aluminum and copper. Both of those will get filled out, which will be fine. Right, over here we've got about 200. We've only got about 600-ish. So over this way, fine. We can take these and upload them. Also the radio control units we can upload. So get those out of our inventory. Pop those out of the inventory. And now over here, you should be, ooh, we're so close. So this is going to be about 20 seconds. During that time, that was an incredibly loud opening of a Pepsi. Which, yay. Right, so close. Now, lovely, this will output all of that. We're swapping you to homing rifle ammo. So, high-speed connectors. We're putting 100 into there. And that's going to be, right, that's going to give us 2,000 rounds worth. You're going to use 125 per minute. So that in 4 minutes time, that's going to be a lot of those ready. No, oop, not that. Homing rifle ammo. Swap you for this. Oop, come on. There we go. Lovely stuff. So we got a 20 round mag for that. This is going to be... Okay, so that will still produce a whole pile of those. Now, 4 minutes, that's doing that. We've got all of these exploited, but we also have ones on that side. We've got things over that way, by that little lake. We've got wet concrete production, potentially. So we could go for that. Right, you're just going to max out on those. With the heavy modular frames. You've still got 2 minutes before you're done. You're producing a whole pile of AI limiters. Right, you've got about about 800, so let's search for quick wires. And we'll upload another 1,500 into there. Now, out here, you're doing your thing. What do we need for the other little bits? Supercomputers. Not bad. Insulated. That is good. Right, that there would use 36 crystals. That would use only 10 crystals. Or no. So 20 crystals, 14 rubber, and 2 AI limiters. That requires fewer overall resources, but it's much slower. Much slower to work with. Gas filter or iodine filter. We could maybe go for that there. Classic battery is also an option. Are you done? Okay, it's slowly getting there. Right, that's got lots of that to output. So, okay, this here. Nope, that's just Alclad sheets. Look how many Alclad sheets we've got. Thing of beauty. Right, this here we've got... Right, let's take those rounds. Just inordinate amounts of these here. We'll take those, and this is going to fill up with ammo and homing ammo. So we'll upload those. How many frameworks have we got? 150 out of 250. Please be silicon high-speed connectors. I really want that. Superstate computer. Ooh. No. Radio control system or recycled rubber. Fudge. Fudge to those. Recycled rubber and recycled thing. I wonder if we can actually make more efficient use than they would ordinarily allow. Let's take all of this ammo and upload the whole pile of it. And these here, we can grab those and upload them as well. Right, you are filled up on that. Motor, I guess. So, motors. Nope, not uploading that. But now we have what we need for being able to go around and carry out a little bit of purgation. Wait, that's 500 rounds? Lovely. So if we've got 500 rounds of that, time to swap us back to the versatile framework part. And that's going to be mass producing those while we run and do the other shit. This here, loads of AI limiters. But now, It's time to search. So we've got 500 rounds. I'm going to swap this to summer sloops as well. And let's have a look around these sorts of areas. Well, okay, first, this area. Nice high up region. Hey, we've got a SAM node there. SAM node pad. And we've got a Mercer sphere there too. So, grab the Mercer sphere here. All of those, and now we'll just jump and fly our way up to grab this here. Now, Mercer sphere, or no, not Mercer sphere, Summer sloop is going to be down below. Apparently. Ooh, there it is. Okay, so took a full mag. Right. That was nearly 2 full mags to get them taken care of. But we didn't have to worry about aiming. So that will upload this and this. Summer sloop time. Anywhere else? Let's start flying this way. And see what there is. Nope, no summer sloop. Mercer sphere? Ooh, okay. Mercer spheres we do have. Where are they going to be? Hard drive just down here. That's fantastic news. So we can collect this. Right, that's going to be wire or quick wire? Quick wire, okay. I can work with quick wire. Haha. I can definitely work with quick wire. So I'll upload this. And now, dismantle all of these little portions that are lying around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, computers, because of course, plastique, stator, and we're looking for where? Right, so it's got to be up there somewhere. Mercer sphere is going to have something up here. Yep. There is indeed something protecting it, but let's stand here. Lock that. Another Mercer sphere over this direction. We're okay with that. So, right, where's it going to be? Okay, so it must be up here. Yes, it is. Fudge. Right. Okay, that's a problem. Okay. Just keep flying around and peppering you. Okay. So there we go. Lovely. Let's pick this up, and that'll be us sorted. Another Mercer sphere. Lovely. Hatcher remains. Got those. Plastic. Computers. I have a computer. Got those getting constructed. Mercer spheres. Another one over this way. Right? This way. So, okay, we're looking, we're searching, we're finding, we're doing all of that jazz. Haha, there we go. Did that one-shot you? No, it did not. Okay, so, well, at least we took him down. So, got this here. Upload that. And those. Now, Mercer Sphere. We've got another one over this way. So this whole northern section, very lucrative when it comes to Mercer Spheres. Right. Now, let's quickly go for this. Land here. Ooh, boy. So, we gotta clear a couple of targets out of the way. Okay, so Hatchers are ridiculously tough. Explosives basically don't do bugger all to them. So that is those. And this weapon highlights the importance of short, controlled bursts. Because the ammo is so scarce that you really gotta make it worth your while. Right, Spitter remains. Grab those. Over here, Mercer Sphere is done. Grab this, this, and these. Mercer Sphere. We've got another one that's over this direction. So we're going to have copious amounts of Mercer Spheres. Okay, so it's gotta be up top, right? It does apparently gotta be up top. Please don't. Thank you. Now, this here way, we're gonna look for Summer Sloop. Ooh, Mercer Sphere right there as well, and a Summer Sloop this direction too. So I like both of those things. We're going to stay crouched here while we take these out. Right, one done. Dos done. And thank God. That is the both of those taken out. Up to here. Let's grab this here Mercer Sphere. And Summer Sloop time. So it's got to be this direction then. Interesting. So where are you going to be? Are you... Well, you're not going to be down there. Ooh. Just casually lying there. Always happy to see. Right, hard drive, nope. Mercer Sphere, nope. We're going to try to get that little buddy out here. So let's reload this, and boom. Do some de-rocking. Grab these here purple fire slugs. And now, Mercer Sphere wise, we want to fly up like this. We're now out of range of those. Oop. Grab this and get it ready. So, Mercer Sphere. There is one that I believe is like bound into some kind of ceiling somewhere. Right, there's one of those. We've got something down here, this way. We're going to follow and just see what's up here. I want to check if there's something behind. No, there is not. So right, over this way, we've got things we want to look and try to find. So, deforest. Well, we find something at least. Blue Fire Slug, right. So it must be up above. Grab that and this. We are good. Now, other Mercer Sphere things. We're going up top ways. And there it is. Beautiful. Let's grab this. Lovely stuff. Move those as well. Get rid of that and that. Mercer Sphere, we got some over this way. So let's get ready to go and collect them. They're down below apparently. Swap to this here. Okay, so that can't be destroyed. Oh. I was trying to open it up so that we could have a clearer look and find things. There was no need. So that there's fine. Let's go ahead and start the next hard drive research anyway. Here, we're going to start that. Let's break this down. We want those uploaded, that uploaded. And plates, rods. I don't even know what the other thing to upload was. So, right, this here way. There's a Mercer Sphere over here. Ooh. You're a cheeky little fire slug, aren't you? So, got this. Right, there's one. Jump over to here. Take this out. Beautiful. That is how we do certain things. Now, over there, nothing. Mercer Sphere, we've got ones up this direction. So we want to try and... Oh god. Nope, that's not gonna work. Ow. We died from that. That was unfortunate. That was very unfortunate.
Oh yes, keep doing
Silly
that,
me.
because pioneers definitely grow on trees.
I don't think I like hearing the words, oh yes, keep doing that, out of Ada. Don't think I like that at all. Quick wire. Right, these here will pop into here. And hope to God that's enough. So this here, yep, you load up a whole pile of those. Hello, meow meow. Oh god, she's so cute. And over here, we are missing encased industrial beams. Do we have 80 frames? We've got more than 80 frames. I guess it's time for us to clear the inventories a little bit of these here. Right, steel pipes, we'll take these. And now we're moving you to... what? What should you be making? Crystal oscillator, maybe? That's not a bad idea to have crystal oscillators. Batteries? Possibly? Maybe batteries is the way to go. So, let's go for sulfur. Hello there. Hi. God, she's cute. Look at this little baba. Kisses? Hi. Can I have a kiss? No? No kisses? Jumping across? Okay. There you go, baba. Kisses? No? You just want to explore. Don't matter to me. She's still adorable. Right, so we've got 600 sulfur. We need 700. We need 800 plastic. So let's just grab the plastic from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going for this. We need 700 alkali sheets, which are going to be really easy to get from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is 700 alkali sheets. And then wires. We need 1200 wire. 1, 2. I guess we'll take those 1250s. So right over here, there's 1000. So what we need to do is get it to where there is like 12 left. So we need 5. Let's just go for that. Wait, hang on. We overdid it. That was stupid of me. Right, this here. You go here and upload this. So that's doing that. You're going to do all of your little bits. We can upload those. No, we can't. Right, over here, we're going to grab some of the packaged turbo fuel. You're producing a whole pile of those. So that's going to be 800 batteries that get made for that. 800 batteries. That's enough to run a couple of things. And what we will do now, we've got a 20 round mag. And we're looking to go to our death crate. So, just a little bit of the way along. Trying to look to see if there's any particular outcropping-y parts that might look good to us. Torty, don't be a silly biscuit. Okay. Are you? That was adorable. She was hugging my paw. Now, we've got our stuff back here, and we're looking not for Mercer spheres, but for summer sloops. If you want pets, you can come on up, you know. There you go. Everyone, say hello to Adorable Cat. Hey, Adorable Cat. Come here. Come here. Hi. Do you want to say hello, Baba? Oh, yes you do. Look at this little Baba. A little baby. Oh my god, she's purring. The little kitty cat. Hey. Mwah. Yes, you are precious. I would die for that cat. She is just, she's so soft. Like, so soft. As in, like, you have no idea how soft she is. You might think you know, but you do not know. Ooh. Okay. This, right. Let's jump up this way. Oh. Gas things. Right, let's land here. Grab these purple fire slugs. Right. And summer sloops. Let's do a little bit of searching for them, shall we? When something is trying to hide from you, just remember, it can't hide behind what doesn't exist. So always pack explosives. I win. My plasma's better. Now we've got this here. Oh no, radiation. Oh yeah, that's right. Radiation don't matter fudge to me. Try again. Ouch. Okay, so he did manage to hit me. Ooh. But I can take his projectile out too. Bullhouse. No, that wasn't it. Bulltrue. King of the Hill. Team Slayer. Hello, me. It's me again. Right, these guys here, on the other hand, that was fucking awful on my part. Hoo hoo hoo. Oh, fudge. Well, I took him out, but he nearly took me out too. Right, you, on the other hand, you look like you could use explosive rebar directly to your friggin' cranium. I am the airstrike man, and I've come to collect my debts. So, that's that part. Let's grab those. We may as well stock up on some uranium. Why would you not? There we go. Lovely. So this here, we need connectors. So, connector. High-speed connector. Lovely stuff. Break that down. And we're good. We've also got that debris to take out. So, that, get rid of those. Go to the MAM here. What do we got? Silica high-speed connector. Turbo blend fuel. Not horrendous, but not what we want. Nitro rocket fuel. That is what we're after. That is the exact thing we're after. Fuel, nitrogen, and all kinds of fun little things. Fuel, nitrogen, sulfur, and coal. We can use that there, and then we can start packaging that en masse. Right, let's go over this way. Summer sloop. There's one this way, I guess. Okay. So right, let's land here, grab this. Okay, we got this chill little buddy right here. Chill little guy. Okay, so it is gonna be up here somewhere. Aha. Eins, zwei, drei. Here. Okay, so it takes 5 rounds. We're gonna just harvest this uranium, because why wouldn't we? Yes, it uses up our filters at a decent rate. Why not? Okay. That's a problem. You there. Right, you are hit again. And there we go. So, now we'll upload those. Got a little bit sidetracked by that evil spitter. But it's all good, because we're still collecting uranium. Got this, which is fine. And let's start harvesting this node as well. So, all of this will be fine. Lovely. That's going to clear that out. And now we've got another summer sloop. Perfezione. So this here summer sloop, we've got another one this way. Alrighty then. We're looking for the summer sloop, so we are. And wohin gehst? Aha! Lovely stuff. So that's those taken care of. Mercer Sphere. We've got ones up this way, apparently. So, where is it going to be? It's going to be right frickin' there. That's impressive, his ability to redirect the plasma midair. Is that... yeah? Okay, right, so let's smack this until it breaks. And now we can grab this Mercer Sphere here. Ta-da, ta-da. Upload those, that'll be fine. Fabric? Yeah, we're full up on fabric. Right, Mercer Sphere, no. Hard drive. There is one left. Ooh, yes. Where is the danger for this one? Okay, this is quite high tier items, but there's no monsters around. I say monsters, realistically they're just indigenous wildlife. I would say probably the more monstrous thing is the guy running around blowing stuff up. It's because he's like, hey, I don't agree with you existing where I want to build my factory. I guess the real monster was capitalism all along. Get rid of that. Modular frames, because why the hell not? I've got 68 of those now. So that's a good, healthy amount. Mercer Sphere, we've got more over this way. Which direction are we going? Okay, well let's go land down here. Collect this. You know what? We're gonna leave that alone. Because it's no real threat to us right now. And we're gonna go up here. So that's lovely. Ad break is over. We've got a little bit of uranium, etc. But summer sloop? Lizard doggo. Hi, buddy. Okay, so that one actually woke up to us. We don't like that. We don't like that at all. So we're going to try and circumvent that being a problem for us. Now, up this here way. Summer sloop. There is a summer sloop this way. And, oh fudge. Fall damage. Couple of hearts worth. Okay, it's a slight increase if we go up the way. Oh fudge. Right. Let's get this and feather it up this cliffside. Now, where to? It's gotta be over on this here side, maybe? That's interesting. I could hear it, but I couldn't see it. So is it inside the cliff, maybe? But how? How do we get inside that little bit? We need to look for a way inside. This might be something. So you're just a blue power slug. But still, let's get that uploaded and that. Quickly go into special mode. Build this here. Okay, that was not the thing we wanted. Right, can't get in via there. Are we able to get in via here some kind of way? Is it in the ceiling? Like, is the summer sloop going to be somewhere up there? I don't see it. So right, we got to start from a greater height so that we don't waste as much fuel getting up to the height. Okay, it's not there. It's in there. But how the frickin' frack are we meant to get in there? Right, so this here is... that's just a normal little cave section thing. So it's not here. It's not there either. We may as well grab that while we're here. Right. There's that little bit. Now, we gotta find a way into wherever the heck this little cave section is. So we've got those there. Anything under the water? Nope. It's just a geyser there. This is running over this way. Where? Where the hell is the entrance? Ooh. Well, you know something? We're gonna go over and grab that real quick. And hope... nope. Nothing there. So you are gonna fire like that and miss. We're gonna grab this. And now... okay, nope, nothing. We'll grab this. And maybe we have to go out this way, because it looked like... let's feather the jumps. This here bit has a sort of outcrop, maybe? Where is this cave entrance? This is an incredibly well hidden one. We're gonna have to pop this down as like a question mark thing, because that's just gonna be hell to try and get access to. Ooh, yes please. So this here, another hard drive, never hurts to have another one. Keep on going with these here. Lovely. Right. Area is cleared. So, high-speed connectors, cool. Grab the quick wire. What do you need? 70 megawatts. That is very doable. We're just going to grab some leaves here because we're going to need that for the biomass burner. And then power, biomass burner here. Connect you to that. You are going to be power shard. Oh, interesting. I don't have power shards on me right now. So let's take those power shards, 3 of them, and we're going to load these in. Wait for all the leaves to get sort of burnt up. There we go. Fuse was broken. Now this way, we've got those 7. Is that all? Looks like it. Grab that, and now we go ahead and upload these. Computers, quartz, quickwire, all of that sort of stuff is fine. Reinforced iron plates, and let's go for the special. What are you going to be? Silicon high-speed connector. That's exactly what we wanted. That's what I've been talking about this whole time. It's cheap to produce. It uses less valuable resources, I guess. Right, alien technology. Let's quickly see. So we could do summer slip. Do we have SAM? SAM fluctuator? We do not. We do not have that there sat en masse waiting. But I guess it's time for us to start making our way back to home base. There's a summer slip over there, apparently. So, we'll do the jump and slide and fly. Is that there also? No, that's back in Agaric. Let's grab this. This could also be a whole crap ton of mycelia. Do we have solid biofuel? No, we do not. Whoop. Over here, we'll grab this. You're on that. Okay. I do want to craft some, what do you call it? I want to craft some solid biofuel. Just because this is a lot of mycelia that we may as well go ahead and collect. So we'll make 20 of this here, and as we're making that, we're also going to take a sip of our beverage. She's being adorable and eepy on the floor. She's lying on her back with her paws up like that, sleeping. She sleeps with her tummy up in the air. Like, is that not just the friggin' cutest thing? Right, that's 168 mycelia. Right, this, let's set this to chainsaw area. Why is this only chainsawing singles now? This is so weird at doing this here. Oh, wait, hang on. I know why. It does that when it borks up. So, now we do this. 140 mycelia. Another 292 mycelia. 102, and let's grab these last few. Now, that'll be healthy, happy amount. Take these and pop them into there. We're going to get these uploaded. Solid biofuel as well. We can get you cleared out. We'll load those in. And now we'll move you to the start of the pile. So, oop. Almost left two behind. That would have been very silly of me. So let's fix that. Now, summer sloops, keep them on our scanner as we make our way back home. We can also just go and grab this here Mercer sphere. We're collecting tons of these tonight. We must be nearing the 150 mark. Must be. Now, certain things we do want to do is we want to eventually set up radio towers. And those radio towers will look for signals. That will be hard drives, scanners, all those kinds of pretty things. Right, ooh, there you are. Right next to the egg. Hi and bye. Later, fools. So, those are collected now. Quickly get that uploaded. And where do we go? Maybe we're going to try and detour a little bit southward. Just to see if we pick anything up. So that's a Caterium node. That is blocked off by that. Ooh, okay. We love when that happens. When you get to walk in at the end of combat and just be like, hey, so, yeah. I'm gonna claim the victory. Right, all of this stuff, but where was the other thing? I thought there were going to be more than just two of those, but apparently not. But, right. Summer sloop on our radar. And we're just moving right past it, apparently. Right. Slight bit of fall damage there. Don't need to worry too much. Grab the blue pyre slug. And this is some more of our sort of looky areas. Some more of our search zones cleared out. So over this way, let's jump and fly. Do the same, jump and fly. Keeping going over this way. As we try to also get ready for... We are going to need nitrogen. Summer sloop, where? Okay, summer sloop in a cave somewhere. Right, that was terrible. Whoop. So that was silly of me. Using explosive rebar like it's going out of fashion. Summer sloop. Thank you. So that's that thing doing its job. And now we're going all the way up like this. Let's grab these and this. And get ready to go. Another summer sloop. So that there, it just took a second to register what had happened. Hello, Hatcher. Bye-bye, Hatcher. We're going to move past all of these. Gotta replace these with proper highways at some point. How do I do a 45-degree highway turn, though? I don't know how to do a 45-degree turn. Hold on. No, right, over this here way. That's still scanning, that's fine. Look at this here, hover pack. We can upload loads of motors. We've also got computers en masse. So, computers, let's upload those. We've got frames, heavy modular frames. 71 of those. And let's go over this way. Right, are you filled up? Okay. You're done on those. Now we want... What? What do we want? I guess silicon circuit boards. So let's grab... How much? So we've got 200, and then we'll just grab 200 copper sheets. Why not? So you here, grab this. And load that. You're going to produce a bunch of those. You are fine. You're loaded up with those. And we're going to set you to silicon high-speed connectors. So, we've got those, and that. You're going to make more of those. And we're taking a lot of these as well. Oh wait, motorist, do you have... You do. Lovely. So that's fine. MAM research complete. Go to MAM to see analysis results. Over here, plastic AI limiter. Tempting. Or superstate computer. No. Infused uranium cell. Damn it to both of those. Damn it to the both of them. Right, over here, let's go for... right. This and those. Now, looking up here, we need... Okay, so we need a lot more stuff for that, actually. So, yeah. We're just going to go with that. That's going to give us more of those things.
Milestone
But
reached.
what we need
the hover pack draws energy from nearby power
is
connections, and so can
a few
only be used
things.
in their vicinity.
So,
It provides an excellent
we
vantage
need
point of your
a
work, which
resource
you
well
clearly need.
pressurizer.
Otherwise, you would have optimized that obvious problem by now.
And like 8 of those. And then I think we need a truck stop. We need a highway with a truck stop. Let's go set up the hydrogen collection first, though. So for that there, we're going to need turbo fuel. I can't actually remember what we need for it. Sulfur, coal, nitrogen, and fuel, maybe? Summer sloop. Ooh. We've got the one up here. That's right. No, we don't got the one up here. What are you? Mercer Sphere? Did that... Really? No? Nothing from you? Where did the... Ah, there are the remains. Right, that's that one. Let's pop these. Now, be ready to take out these little bumblebees. Okay, good. So that's a Mercer Sphere in there, right? It's gotta be. From the noise. Boom, and boom. So, now we collect this Mercer Sphere. We'll upload that, get rid of these as well. All of this kind of stuff. It's gonna be fine. Right, quartz. Okay, so Summer Sloop is going to be down below there. So we need to try to find access to... Ooh. Well, I think it's safe to say we find access to the cave. Now, where are these damn stingers going to be? There they are. Fudging heck. Where'd you go? Okay, there you are. Hate stingers, especially in caves. Don't like you at all. There's 1, 2. So we can test how many of these. 3 explosive rebar to take down an alpha stinger. That's fine. So, summer slip, we grab this. And that's a sword.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
So now, while we're in here, may as well go and grab this. Do I have... Nope, I don't have the fuel needed. So, right, back out we go. What way? I'd like this. Fudging heck. Have I just gone lost inside a cave system? I have a feeling the answer is not going to be no. Okay, good. Back up. So, okay. Circuit boards, silica, all of those kinds of things we've got being produced. And... trying to think. What do we go for? So maybe all of these here nodes, like all of these kinds of things should go and connect stuff. Well, that's kind of nifty, actually. That being ready like that. We can take the hard drives and we can start scanning one of them. And we need fuel. So do we have packaged fuel? We've got 60 packaged fuel. That's not really enough. We need more of that. So maybe instead, do we package them nitro? That's not a bad idea. That could work. We use some aluminum casings and we start packaging the nitro fuel. That highway we'll replace and we'll build a railway network to run along the top of it. And then we can deliver the sulfur and the coal via train. So up like this here. This is our two-way tower. We're going to need a one-way tower inevitably. That is going to be our sort of way out, I guess. We also need to consider pathing and blocking signals. Summer sloop. This here way, apparently. Ooh, that's right. There's going to be one up here, isn't there? Yes, there is. Lovely. That's another one. Okay, so now we can drop down to here. Like this. And there's going to be our nitrogen well. And we want that taken care of. So up here, let's go for production. Resource well pressurizer. And now we want a whole pile of resource well extractors. Oh wait, it needs to be activated. So you are going to connect to a power tower where? Let's go for blueprints. Nope, not yet. Power tower. Let's build one here. So you connect to this, and you are going to start connecting over this way. You're connected to that. And then you will connect over to here. And then we connect this into that, I guess. That's going to activate, and now we've got the pressurized wells. So we can activate the satellite nodes, and then we can start building a little foundation thing. Yeah, let's do a 5x5 foundation. So let's do blueprints. Well, we need to figure out what our foundation alignment is. Fudge. Our highway is going to be out of line with stuff. So I guess we're going to have to just make the basic ones first. So this here, you're going to pressurize that. Let's go for production. Resource well extractor. And we want these here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So those 7 will all connect. How much are you outputting? 780 per minute. So that's okay. Let's build a little pipe network. So we want a pipe Mark II. We're going to set you to be straight. And you'll connect to that. You are going to connect to that. You will connect to... Oh, no you won't. You're going to connect to that. And now we're going to build the little pipeline T-junction. So get that, connect this into here as a straightaway. Then we want a T-junction connecting that. We want that one built there. This one built here. And then that one built there. Now we connect all these together. So this T-junction's the favorite. They're so much better than the old junctions, because the old junctions before 1.2, you had to build that there. And it didn't matter. It didn't matter in the slightest whether or not you actually needed it to go like that or not. So right, is everything adjoined? It looks to be. So now we're going to build a couple of... Right, organization. We want industrial fluid buffers. And we're going to build one there, and then one there. So this here, you are going to go out from here, and you will connect into... Oop, you connect into this, you connect into that, and now over here, what we want is a packager. So packager goes here, and you are going to output into what? Logistics? No, organization, that's the word. Industrial storage, let's build that there, and then we're going to put a dimensional depot there. We are not going to, because we don't have the resources necessary. So this here is going to be fine. Let's connect this into here. Okay, we got to go auto for that, I guess. Production, go for constructors. We'll build that there. And now you connect into here via a straightaway. You are then going to be empty fluid tanks. And we're going to sloop you. 120 per minute? No. We want 150 per minute, producing 600 per minute. So now we take one of these, and we're going to pop you down about here. So this will be fine. You connect into this. You connect to there, and then you connect to there. You're producing those, and you will then produce packaged nitrogen gas. This is going to use 240 per minute and 60 per minute. No, we want this to be 600 per minute. You're going to produce. Now, over this here way, we're going to go for alu for aluminum and ingot. So let's go for these here. Load 100, 200. And all of this other stuff. So that's that uploading now. This is then going to create a whole pile of packaged nitrogen gas. And if I look at our blender recipe, so let's go into here, recipes, and we want rock for rocket fuel. So packaged rocket fuel, no, we want rocket fuel. And, right, rocket fuel is going to require, well that's, what is it, nitric acid and turbo fuel. Actually, that's not horrendous. No wait, nitric acid is a little bit irritating. This here, alternate, right. 75 per minute, 100 per minute, 150 per minute. So that's going to be a good healthy amount. You're producing lots of this here. Oh wait. Are you... Oh, it's just the rate of flow. So wait, hang on. This here, you're flowing about 565 per minute. So over here, we've got all of these connected in. A lot of that. Let's try and up this and see what is our power usage for this network like. Production is, okay, consumption and production, everything's connected, so it's fine. This is going to go out like this. We've got loads of those going on. This is maxed out. It is very much just a case of we need this to be going faster. So I guess we're going to maximize this at 1950 per minute. That's a lot. So all of this going 1950 per minute. It's all flowing out like that. We don't have to worry about head lift as well. Also, just because I spotted it on my desk, got myself a ultrasonic cleaner, and I've been using it to deprime an old miniature. Look at how much detail has been restored to that and everything. I had overprimed those because that was part of my first ever set, and now it's so much better. So yeah, I'm very happy with those. Right, we've got 83 of those. I think it's time for us to go and grab a lot of bauxite. So let's do exactly that. Jump and fly over like that. Gonna spend the weekend painting. I might paint a little bit, but I would say probably a good amount of satisfactory to be done. Right, here we go for ox for the oxide. And let's somersloop. So this here, we're going to somersloop that to produce even more. And we've got that somerslooped. So right, over here, we've got all of this. Ta-da. That's more. That's water. Oh, damn it. That's what the limitation was. So let's go for the full pipe network. We're going to clear the water out of that. So, silly me on that part. You're swapping over to aluminum scrap. The regular kind. So let's try and get these here maxed out. Got 100 of that. That's producing loads of aluminum scrap, which is then flying out to here and producing aluminum ingots, which is good. So this here way, we've got all of that nitrogen. And do we go for blenders now? Should we go for blenders rather? You know what? Yeah, we're going to grab as much of that packaged nitro fuel or nitrogen gas as we possibly can. So we've got 120 of those. Is that 200? Okay, we've still got another... Ooh. We've got another couple of hundred we could grab for that, which will be nice eventually. So those we could all have feeding into a railway station, which might be an idea. Everything going like that. Right, nitrogen gas, you're backfilling perfectly fine. We've got loads of those. And this here, you're producing, what, 150 per minute? Yes. So you're going to use 150 per minute, and you're producing 150 per minute. This empty fluid tank, we've got about 1.5 minutes before we're absolutely full up on those, and then we can start making rocket fuel over at our power plant. So this here, right, empty fluid tank, we've got those, doing that. Okay, so that's fine. We've got those 33. This here, how many does it produce at a time before it sort of times out? Does batches of about 20, 18 to 20 maybe. So all of this going, right? That'll be fine. Right. Let's look for ingot. And we'll grab another 200 of these. And set them up to produce. So this is going to do its little thing. We're going to grab this here. And now we're heading back to our like fuel facility, I guess, whatever the word for it's going to be, and we're going to set that blender up to mass produce absolutely tons of rocket fuel. And maybe instead of batteries, if we set up a rocket fuel refinery with casings, we could do packaged turbo fuel as the fuel for our drones, which might be a thing. Maybe that's what we do. Packaged turbo fuel to fly the drones, and packaged rocket fuel to fly ourselves. Do we do that? I don't know. But over this here, so everything should be finished up production-wise. You over here, you are completely uploaded on all of that. Wait, hang on. T for steel beam. And we'll upload all of these. So that's 108. You've got, okay, that's lots. You know what? Maybe this time we're swapping you instead over to... We're going to take all of these here. And we're going to start... So right, upload those. And... some of those. So the frame things are not going to work for it. We're going to take those. Set them to upload. And now. So this here... You're fine. Get rid of those. And we're setting you to EM control rods. We need the connectors for those. So we need 100 high-speed connectors. And we're going to pop those into here. And then we need 200 stators. So we can load 100 of those in. And then we'll load in 100 more stators to here. So where is it? There it is. That's that part done. That's going to produce a whole pile of electromagnetic control rods. That's going to be, what, 400 EM rods. Which is going to be a nice healthy amount for us overall. So up this here way, what are you producing? Currently nothing. So let's get rid of that there, and we're going to look at what we need. Heavy encased frame or heavy modular frame. This here, so right, frame wise that requires 8 frames. Yeah, we're doing the 8 frame thing instead. So that's Dear God, that's a lot. Concrete. I guess we're uploading a whole pile of that. Encased beams. Right here, we'll take 500 of those. And then we want the encased pipes. Or not the encased pipes, we just want the steel pipes. So T for steel pipes. And we'll upload all of these. Now we've got that producing. And as it's doing that thing, we're going to head over this way and we're going to make even more good things. So we're going to make a turbo, no, not a turbo, a rocket fuel production, which we are going to then package. And we'll be able to use a few different things for it. So up this here way, we could go like this, bounce and slide our way along. We've got radio control units sorted, we've got some of the other things sorted, so I guess this here, over here, let's take some of this and let's put this into a blender. So, where would the blender go to, I wonder? Let's set this here. Right, you, pipeline, and we want you to be a pipeline T-junction. Going like that. Right, let's upgrade this to a Mark II, shall we? All of this is going to be Mark IIs. Just because it makes sense. Let's just keep doing all of this here. You're fine, you're fine. This, upgrade. Upgrade those, and lovely. I mean, it's just an excuse to use up plastic, really. Because otherwise, we have way too much of that crap. But now, you, pipeline Mark II, you are going to feed into here. Oop. Wrong one. Meant to hit this. Right, so you're going to be straight. Nope. If you go out like that, maybe. Okay, so that's that, fine. Let's go for production, and we want a packager, which is going to be here. You're going to unpackage. So you can connect to that, and you can connect to that. You are then going to unpackage, and this here is going to package. So, pipeline Mark II, let's connect you into here, auto. You're connecting like that. You are going to connect like that. And then here, we're going to set up 2 crates, 2 storage containers. So there's one. And I guess we'll set one there. So you connect in like that. And you're going to connect in like that. You now connect to that. So, this whole thing is now set up. Let's take this storage container, and we're going to paste one in here. So, you are going to unpackage nitrogen gas. And we've got 300 that we're going to do that with. And then we're going to get those tanks back as well, which is also the good thing. So why is this not allowing it to face this way? I guess we gotta set it like that, which is weird. So you feed out to here, like that. You are outputting those. You're idle. Why are you idle? Oh wait, that's why. Because this here needs to be set to nitro rocket fuel. So, let's put in 100 coal. We're going to also max that out, so that's going to be 600 rocket fuel per minute. And now we need sulfur. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we also need coal. Coal like that. So, okay. Into here, let's load 100 coal. Into here, we're going to load 400 of that. And now, we also get compacted coal back out of that, which is nifty. Because the compacted coal, we could theoretically send all the way back out here. And yes, that's going to be beautiful. So right, you go here. And then you are going to go out to here. Then you go like that. That is going to output to there. You're then going to feed out. And you, petroleum coke, no. You are becoming turbo heavy fuel. That's a lot of petroleum coke we've got there. That's a lot of it. You're going to be packaged rocket fuel. And we're going to grab a storage container, except it's not just going to be a storage container, it's an industrial storage container. So you go out to there, and we need empty fluid tanks. I hate the fact that this isn't allowing me to face a certain direction. So let's pop that here. Oh wait, hang on. Let's have you go up to here like this. So you'll go up like that, and then you go around like that. So yes, there we go. That's lovely. This is going to be our packaged rocket fuel. And we want 200, no, 150 per minute. So, packaged rocket fuel, we're doing good. We're going to have what we need for ionized fuel, so we can use up our last little research thing. Our last hard drive that we need for that research. So over here, you're scanned out. What have you given us access to? Works purification or inventory? No. Adhered iron plate is kind of a yes. Because that's a really basic level ingredient. 3.75 per minute. So it's not great production wise. Is this really like 100 of those? Hang on. Why are you... Okay, you have that there. I see what needs to happen here. We need a fluid buffer going here. So we're going to set up a T-junction going here. And you are going to be... Oop. So you connect to this. It can fill up with all of those things that we need it to. Right? Yep. So we're using up the nitrogen gas and everything, which is going to be fine. You can fill up with 400 meters cubed. How much do you produce? 4 meters cubed per thing. So you use 3 meters cubed, so that 300. 300 is going to be 1200, which is going to be equal to more of this. So, okay. You're producing en masse, right? Yes, you are. We just gotta wait for the empty fluid tanks to sort of fill up a little bit. So this here, keep doing your thing. How many have we got? So that's about 120-ish of those used. And we're gonna keep filling those up. That's about halfway full, which is not ideal. How much can we... 600 per minute. There's no point going above that. Because going above that, we only have one output pipe. So we can only do the max of 600 per minute. But this here, you're going to use 300 per minute. So we actually end up having a good bit of a backlog on those. We'll take that. And we also want to take this here once it's 200. So let's grab the hard drive here. We've got this, and let's quickly go to, to-do list. And we want to remove those. Now we go to sulfur, add that to our to-do list, and we need packaged rocket fuel and power shards. So we need 200 packaged rocket fuel. Getting there. Slowly. Ah, seriously? Right, so this is going to keep producing. Is it? Nope, you're not going to be able to. So we need to produce our own fluid tanks. So right, hang on. Let's go to logistics, and we're going to go for a conveyor merger. Let's also hook this up to this, and you connect into here. So what I want is empty fluid tanks, and we're just going to go for ingot. We're going to look for aluminum ingots. There we go. So we've got 100 of those. Let's do our thing. So this is going to produce 60 per minute. Let's just max that out at 150 per minute. And now we can go finish up the ionized fuel recipe. Sulfur. Start research. And we're good. So that there we need encased uranium.
Fuel unlocked. The origin
And
story
we
of
need
this
AI
extremely
limiters.
efficient type of fuel
Fire
was so
slugs.
fascinating it
Don't
resulted
have
into
time
a new
crystals.
joke.
Not gonna have
I will
access to
tell the
those for a
most
while.
popular version. A cow, power slug, and rocket scientist walk into a bar. The
So
rocket
this
scientist
here
wants
is
a
going to
milkshake,
produce
and
loads of
so
that.
transportation was forever changed. Any historical inaccuracies
And
have been
now,
removed by the Fix-It
can just
Department of
take these.
Historical Reinterpretation.
We're going to load all of our turbo fuel into here. And now, all we've got is the rocket fuel.
It's time to set up the stream.
Apparently, it's time to set up the stream. I should really do something about that. You can tell that sort of the day has been a little bit different from usual plans. Let's bounce, fly, and make our way along. Now, I think we should go over this way and maybe set up what? I'm not 100% sure, actually, what we're going to set up next. Well, we could do the magnetic field generator thing. This here is going to have a load of those. So this magnetic field generator. And this is going to produce 4. So we need 250. Nope, we need, 250. And then 1,000, no, 125, 625 of those. So let's get these here and pop those in. And now we want a ton of those, and we're going to load those in. So this, we're making loads of magnetic field generators. We're making loads of them. And what we're going to do is we're going to set this up so we're going to have a programmable splitter. Yes. So we're going to have a programmable splitter there. and you are going to go into here. So, in this way is going to be left output. You are going to be magnetic field, so director assembly system, or assembly director system, is it? Assembly director system, magnetic field generator. Where is it?
An ad break
Magnetic field generator system, nuclear pasta. Oop. This here, so you're going to be the thermal propulsion rocket. Oh wait, we don't have the recipe for that. And you, maybe nuclear pasta? Don't have the recipe for that either. Okay, so the rest of that, you are going to be, right, delete this from the program, and this from the program. You're going to be overflow, or any undefined. So you here, curve like that. You will just, default. Well, that's irritating. And I guess we'll dismantle this. Right, you, belt 1. You're going to be straight away like that. So, this is going to produce a whole pile of those. And that'll be fine. Assembly director system, for that we're going to need supercomputers. So we're going to need 250 supercomputers. And we're going to need 500 automated, AI systems. So this here, we need more steel pipes. So T for steel pipe. And we want those going into there. Send all those out like that. You're going to be fine. And then we want Crete. Let's load another 1,500 of that into here. And that'll be fine. So this here, yay. All of the things we're going to get from that. Batteries, look at that. 800 batteries. Unconscionable amounts of batteries. So maybe what we do here as well, I think it's time for us to build up more power things. So this here, we're going to go for fuel power generators. You take 2.5 and 2.5. So these two will connect together like that. And we're going to have these connected by, so organization. Let's go for an industrial fluid buffer. And this industrial fluid buffer will go here. So you will go like that, I guess. Right. Now, for these here, let's go logistics, pipeline Mark II, and you're going to be build mode. Oh, damn it. Pipeline Mark II, you're going to be straight. Now, we set this up like this, and hook that in. So, this will be part of our power system. You connect to those, and what we also want to do is we want to set up a power switch, maybe, or power storage. Let's go for power storage. We'll set up a few of these. So let's do where? Okay, yeah. Build that one there. And there. Over here, we'll build these. Here. And here. So this connects to this connects to this. You connect to here, and you connect to here. And this will be our fuel power hub. So this here, whatever fuel goes into it, yay. This is right. Fuel power facility. And you are going to go into power. You go into there. Now, icon, we're going to set this as parts, maybe? Or do we go other? Nope, can't do. So, power. I guess we're going for this. And you will be fix it primary. No. You're going to be foundation primary like that. So this here, we can build these out en masse. We can also grab those barrel nuts. Got all of that. And now we'll keep on going across this way. We've got 28 of these. You're producing 5 per minute is all. So that's 100 minutes that's going to take us. That's a long, long time. Right, over here, we've got you producing all of these. Well, what about an adaptive control unit? What would you need? We're going to need... how many? 500? So, right. Assembly director system. Yeah, we're going to need 500 of those, and then 250 supercomputers. That is unconscionable amounts. But actually, we're doing okay with those. So we can take these. We're also going to have more heavy modular frames than we might possibly need. We can go with these, let them do their things. And then we can clear those little bits of inventory out. Right, this here, you're just going to be coal. We're going to swap you over to solid biofuel. So, let's upgrade this a little bit. You'll go like that. We don't need more steel. So we can get those cleared out of the way, and we can get that out of the way. Rubber and plastic and screws, all of those. Get rid of them, the lot of them. So right, this here, so close. You're nearly done. And once this is done, good. Take those. We'll grab these and offload the lot of them. So, take those and this. And now, good. Adaptive control unit. So we need, for 250 of those, we're going into our to-do list. Recipes, adaptive control unit. And we're adding that 250 of these. Can I just go into this and... okay, yep. We can do a lot more of those. 250 of these. Dear God Almighty. This is so many things. We don't have enough, I believe. So that's going to be what? 500 computers? 500 computers, 250. 1,250 circuit boards. So right, here we go with these. We've got 250 heavy modular frames. That's those loaded in. We're also going to take these here. We're going to try and upload a bunch of that into our inventory. Our dimensional depot, that is. So we've got those. We need computers. And we also need circuit boards. Circuit boards, we can do 1,250 of pretty manageably, I believe. We should have, yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there we go. We've got 800 there. One, two, three, four. Now we want more circuit boards. So we've got those 800 in there. 1,250. Lovely. Get rid of those and get them uploaded. Petroleum coke, we can also do a whole pile with that. Now, over this here way, we're going to need more automated wiring. So we're going to need stators for that, and we're going to need cables. So let's grab 300 stators and load those in. 300, and then we need 6,000 cables. So let's produce a whole pile of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many inventory slots we've got left? 10 left. So let's make sure we've got, right, that's 21 we've got, in fact. So there's 20. That's going to be 4,000, and now we need another 2,000 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's that loaded up, and that's going to be all of the ones we could possibly need. So this will produce 600 automated wiring. Now, automated wiring and computers. We've got 150 automated wirings that we can load in. 150 of those. And computers. Where are they? We need... Oop. Let's load 100 of those in. 1 and 2, that's 100 of that. And now, I'm hoping that we're fine now. I'm hoping so. So this, you'll produce how many? You're going to produce 5 per minute. And we need 500 of those in total. That's going to be a lot. A lot to do. So at the minute, I'm sort of picking and choosing the bits that are getting constructed. But we will try and improve on that in time. We've got the manufacturer there. I think, let's see. What do we want to set up? I think bauxite refinement. So let's think, what do we need? Let's quickly look at production, and we're going to try and plan this out in our head. So refinery. Let's build a refinery here and see. So this here, alumina solution, you're going to produce that. So the bauxite goes into that. Bauxite 12 to 12, or that's 10 to 12. So the 10 to 12 I think is better. That's a better ratio, so we could have that. So we need 10 into 12, and then we need aluminum scrap and water. So that's going to require... How much would this be per minute? So you water, that's going to be 20 times a second, so 200 water. 200 water per second. You're going to then produce, after 4 seconds, you produce more water. Damn it. I think maybe it's time for us to try and set up a refinery thing. Yes, this game functionally is just maths. But it's like the fun kind of maths, where you're like, hey, I get to work with numbers and not letters. You know, it's not like Balatro where your score ends up being like 16E or something. So, we've got that cleared out. Now, what we want here, we're going for this. So you go here. You are where the alumina solution will go. So, this here, that's 12 to 12. Okay, yeah. So, this here, yes, no worries. Have a good one. Take care of yourself. Hopefully you have a good night. You're going to produce 240 alumina solution per minute. That alumina solution is then going to go into an industrial fluid buffer. Or do we just put it into a fluid buffer? Maybe we just put it into a fluid buffer. So that water, right, you will just produce alumina solution, which then feeds in. Then we want another refinery set up that's going to process that alumina solution into... Okay, so we can't actually have them right at the edge. We need to have them in a little bit. So here is the refinery. We'll have you be here, maybe? And then in like one. And then, okay, so that there's halfway, that's fine. So, organization will have fluid buffer here. And you are then going to output the fluid from there into the next one, which is going to be a refinery, which is here. And what we want to do is try and have this go over like this, maybe. So, you will produce aluminum scrap. Let's see. 4 and 2. So this here, you use 240 per minute to produce 300 per minute. You use 180 to produce that. And you produce 105 back. So, what we can do here is we can do a fluid buffer. And this fluid buffer will go here. And you will connect in. So logistics. Pipeline like this. You are then going to connect in like this. Oh wait, hang on. Can I get this to connect like this? So T junction. So you connect like that. And then we want a clean pipeline. Pipe is too short. That's unfortunate. So that's a no. Let's go for a pipeline Mark 1 then, I guess. And let's have you go here. So you will produce... Nope, that's the wrong thing. We want this to feed out. So you, from here, are going to feed out to here. Nope, damn it. Wrong thing. Pipeline Mark 2. You will connect there to there. You are then going to connect here. And you're going to here. You are then going to feed around to here. At which time you will feed around to here. So you are... Why would I do that? I am an idiot. We want these to be stackable. So we do. So, stackable pipeline here. So there's 1 and 2. We don't need that or even want that. So let's take this and let's feed you around into here. You are then going to feed into here. You, on the other hand, will feed into there. and you will feed out from here. So, okay, this needs to have stackable pipeline here as well. Let's do 1 and 2 of those. So, you connect this to here. You connect this to here. And we want you to output up to here. Vertical to horizontal? Nope, because that's going to block the way. We don't want to block the way. Ooh. Horizontal to vertical, though. We could do that. Okay, you know what? These here, we're going to move a little bit up. So we will. Now, here, let's go for stackable pipeline. That was there. Let's try it here now. Now, this logistics pipeline Mark II, horizontal to vertical. It's close enough, I guess. You over to here, and you're going to be straight. So let's try straight and see what that looks like then. It doesn't. So, right, that's horizontal to vertical, which is a no. We're just going to go for straight like that. And like that. So the alumina solution goes over to there. This one, on the other hand, produces water that goes out to there. And this will start mass producing a whole pile of aluminum scrap. And by a whole pile, I do mean we want a whole pile of it. So this here, we've got producing all of this. So you're feeding out like that. You are going to feed out to where? Logistics. Let's go for a conveyor splitter. And we're going to put that here. So this, you connect Mark V there. And you will feed out to these. You, on the other hand, you're connected. And so are you. This will mass produce those, and it requires petroleum coke. But we can work with this. So this will be our aluminum scrap. It's going to produce 300 per minute, which means 150 aluminum ingots per minute. This is going to be production and liquid processing. Kind of. Where is it? Scrap. There it is. And that's that set. Let's build one of those out. And we're going to set it up down there. Why down there? Because then we can use the heavy oil residue to produce the petroleum coke that we're going to need. So it's going to be all good. Oh, damn. Maybe that should be something we... Ah, crap. That could have been beautiful. But nope. It's not going to be now. It's going to be shite. So we've got that drone factory over there. But we could... maybe... Do we... Resource extractor, maybe? We could do a resource well extractor here. Let's dismantle that blueprint and set this up. So production, resource well extractor, we can. So let's hook that into that. And now, how many nodes are there? 360 per minute. So let's dismantle that, and this. Those are then going to go over to here. So you will produce a refinery here. And you here, production, resource well, extractor. So, this here, logistics, pipeline Mark II. You're going to feed around to here, and then you won't quite reach there, but we can get you connected into this. Now, you, my friend, will connect like that. How much heavy oil residue can you make? You could make, oh wait, petroleum coke, so we need for that there. You, crude oil wise, you use 30 per minute to make 40. You would use 40 per minute to make 120. So I think that sounds to me very much like the plan. Let's hook all of these together. And we're going to try to set this up like this. So you will go to here. Let's set that up like that, just because why not? Now, blueprints, we're going to go for production, aluminum scrap, and we're going to blueprint this, auto connect. So where is it going to be? This way, right? I think, hang on. So we'll put this here. Right. That works. Okay. So that's going to do its thing and connect in like that. Which is lovely. You are going to produce... Wait, hang on, what? Oh, yeah. You need to be sloppy alumina. And then we're going to connect you to there. So you're connected to that, which is connected to that. And what we need is a drone port. So let's get that drone port from over there. And we're going to hook it up to that. Right. You there, my friend. Drone, dismantle, dismantle, and then these dismantle. So, we want the bauxite being done for that there. Now wait, hang on. That was foolish of me. You aren't the thing we want going into there. We want you. We'll copy this here. And you, refinery. You're going to have to go from here. Round like this. And then into... Wait, why did I do that? That was stupid of me. You're not even outputting anything, are you? No. You're taking the crude oil and you're going to convert it from this, right? So you go here like that. You are then going to go here to this. Now, you are petroleum coke and you are heavy oil residue. You're going to output that heavy oil residue. Nope, that resin needs to go into a sink. So let's go for an awesome sink here. You'll do that. Now, you connect this out like this. That's unfortunate, but you will run into here. So connect you like this, and then you like this. This is all gonna have to go, so you go to here, and you go to there. So that's all theoretically doing its thing. Right, you're producing that. That heavy oil residue goes into that, which will then output into here. Whoop. Let's go for the Mark V for that. Refinery, you're going to use 60 petroleum coke per minute. So this here, how much? 60 coke per minute. You're going to produce 120 coke per minute. You can then use more water per minute. You're going to do 240. So how do we match these up? 240. Right, 360 and 120. So that's going to produce 210 water per minute. And this here, that's 360, right? 210 water per minute. Lovely. You require 300 per minute. So let's do organization and get a whole pile of buffers ready. Water buffers there and there. Oop. So you connect into there. You connect into there. And this is going to take the output from around here. Oh wait, hang on. Nope. It's not. I was a fool. Here we'll go for production, water extractor. We're missing copper sheets. I guess we don't have those set up to dimensional upload, which is unusual. So let's go fix that. Keep flying this here way. Packaged rocket fuel is just the best though. Keep on jumping like this. Whoop. And zoom. Zoomy zoom zoom zoom. Whoop. Okay, so now we've got this. Let's keep jumping, sliding, flying, doing all of this here. What's the time? It's just past 9 o'clock. The voice is a little bit fragile today. It's actually just because I'm talking the entire time, pretty much, most all of today. So right, let's take those things there. And we need to build, right, builder, we need 2 drone ports. So transport, drones where? Drone port. So we've got those 2. And we've got, alright, that's doable. This here, we've got 60 of those. Yeesh. Automated wiring. Can we take some of those and load them in? We've got 250 of those. Nice. So that's 250 of those we can upload to here. And that's lots of things done. So now we're going out this way and we're going to make even more. 164 magnetic field generators. I was right, it was a field generator. My brain just did not want to go that way. So this here way, keep on going. Whoop. Right. Up we go to here. No. Which one are you? Okay, you're the petroleum coke thing. You are bauxite and water, yeah? Okay, good. So production, let's go for the water extractor and build that out down here. And now we want the water. Let's see, logistics. Let's go for this here and send you up to there. So that's going to output a whole pile of water. Yay, happy days. So 120 of that. Now, we need bauxite. So, let's go for transport. And we're going to build a drone port. Now, this drone port will export from here into here. So it'll do its little thing. We're going to hook it into the power network. Right there. And let's build a drone to go onto it. Now, do we have what we need for that? We do. Good. Let's go to where we were getting bauxite before. And maybe, inevitably, we're going to start producing scrap far closer. So this here, look how much better feathering is with this. I mean, we can't just go from sea level straight up to cliff level. But we can in 2 bounces. And what are you, purity-wise? You're normal? That's tempting. We could set up a drone network here, maybe. Right, let's quickly swap over to this. We've got summer sloop. Ooh. Where? Where have we a summer sloop? Well, let's grab this fella first. Ooh, hard drive down there. So right, the summer sloop is going to be down there. Let's do a little deforesting, just to check and see. Is it on the top here? It doesn't appear to be, no. It's got to be done. Hey! How are you, Mustache? Are you well? 'Cause you're looking well. The old Bring Me the Horizon covers? Dear God, I remember that sort of stuff. It has been ages since I actually sat and played any of that sort of thing. I have like the 7-string and all, which I do still jam a little bit on, but I've been really lazy musically. I have been so lazy. Although I did rejig some of the things in the back of the PC recently. But also, congratulations are in order. Mr. Married Man, Mr. doing all of the things and having a productive grown-up life and being successful in all your endeavors kind of thing. Congratulations to you. Oh, 4-year-old psychopath. That's way too young to be a psychopath. Don't be a psychopath at 4 years old. And also don't promote AI tools. Because fuck AI. And if you disagree with the sentiment of fuck AI, then at that point, fair enough. Not gonna say fuck you too, because that would just be rude, but still. Like, just don't. Learn more about the industry. Because at the minute what we're finding is a lot of times when you're looking at stuff, their whole thing of we need to build out data centers as quickly as possible, all of that kind of jazz, yeah, they're building them out at an excessive rate. Which is why so many of those companies that were so AI forward and everything, they're now turning around and saying it's like, hey, so listen, we're going to start renting out our compute capacity. And it's like, yeah, because even you're not using the capacity that you've actually set up. So why would you possibly think there is a global demand for it to that rate? There is not. So do not do that. Stop with all of that. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Like, the cost of RAM and everything, like, I'm excited to see how all these lawsuits go. I am very excited to see how the lawsuits go, because I do think there is certainly, like, a lot of those exclusivity agreements that they've signed with Seal and everything. Alexa, set the office light to 100%. Is that going to be better or worse?
Okay.
Alexa, turn off the office light.
Okay.
A little bit better. A little bit better for the green screen. But yeah, a lot of those exclusivity things, you're like, okay, but hang on, you've signed into an exclusivity agreement where you're going to dedicate all of your resources for the next 5 years towards supplying a small number of customers. That boils down to a monopoly. You know, that's pretty simply what that is. You're trying to establish... I mean, granted, the monopoly is not the standard way you're thinking, because monopoly, you would always go, it's like, yeah, so a monopoly is people who are producing, or like, all of the market is only for one thing. But it's like, you can still have a consumer monopoly. It's something that people don't really sort of realize. It's like, no, monopoly is all about you're the only person that produces something. No, no. Consumer monopolies are things as well. You know? Like, imagine, for example, if there was a company, let's just say there was one company, some kind of, I don't know, diamond company, and this company was the only company that was allowed to buy diamonds. They're the only ones that are then allowed to sell the diamonds because they're the only ones that have the diamonds to sell. And it's not as if we've ever seen that kind of thing before. A historical monopoly where people have managed to create this bottleneck where everything has to feed through that one little area. It's not as if we've ever had that. It's not as if when you look at the cocoa industry, there are 5 companies that control the vast majority of the planet's cocoa supply. And they always use the same argument of, oh, we don't set the prices. And it's like, 5 companies. There are only 5 of you companies. And you buy all of the cocoa. So yeah, you do set the prices. But because there's 5 of you, it's not technically a monopoly. And it's like, just because a monopoly doesn't have only one small group of people, but instead has more people, doesn't make it any less monopolistic. You know? So... I'm excited to see the lawsuits. I'm excited to see how it goes. They have a monopoly on CD and Blu-rays. Yeah, that was another thing that I don't understand their logic. It was like, oh, we've got a monopoly on... We're almost the only company in the world that's utilizing the Blu-ray format. And it's like, yeah, so you've decided on the basis of you pretty much control the Blu-ray market, you're going to get rid of physical media from your next one. At the same time as you're sitting saying, it's like, oh, well, you know, it's very important that we have this, that, and the other thing all set up. And it's like, oh, but you just remove, like, you've just announced that people are going to lose access to several hundred items from their streaming libraries because the licensing agreement expired. So therefore, you know, why would anyone possibly trust you at the moment? Like, it's very not great for consumers. Although, admittedly, at the same time, one of the things I absolutely hate about modern on-disc gaming and everything is most modern on-disc gaming is not, in fact, a modern on-disc game. Instead, it's files that you need to download the thing. And it's like, yeah, nowadays, if you live in an area of limited or no internet connectivity, you are screwed. You buy a game, you take it home, and then you find out, oh, you can't actually play the game. In terms of collecting games, I've got so many games that I absolutely love. But if they decided to wipe my Xbox account, or library for that there, I'm screwed. But... physical media, I could be protected by. It's just, yeah, it's heavily anti-consumer, the kind of vibe that there is right now. We're seeing the erosion of ownership. We're seeing all of those things getting rid of. And it's causing people to stop having faith in all of these things. Like the PS6, whenever it does come out, if it's $1,000, then at that point, congratulations. You have recreated the 1983 video game collapse, the market crash for the video game system. Because $1,000, now granted, if you account for inflation and everything, $1,000 isn't actually inflationarily that in excess of what some of the old stuff used to be. You know, when you account for it, some of the things like the Commodores and the Amiga systems and everything, there were some of those systems that were coming out in the region of $500 when you were looking at it, and that was back in the 1980s and 90s. $500 in the 80s and 90s. Please don't shoot me. Thank you for being bad at your job. I always appreciate when they're bad at their jobs. But yeah, I do think there is a severe risk that they are going to end up pricing consumers out of the market, and all of a sudden they're going to realize, oh shit, we're a consumer electronics manufacturer. That's going to really hurt our bottom line. And it's like, yes, it will hurt your bottom line. You know, if you price your customers out of the market, then at that point, you're going to stop having customers. So you need to consider the longevity of your company. Do you want to be a company that is going to be absolutely the super richest company on the planet for a day? Or do you realize, hey, maybe we need to stop with this gouging and we need to accept the fact that it is better for us to make a 6% profit off of a product. Because if you make a 6% profit off of a product or something over the cost of manufacturing, then at that point, awesome. You've got a 6% profit. That means when you have to post your yearly market share and everything, you can say, hey, listen, we made 6%. Now, obviously, you have to take all kinds of things into account. You have to consider the logistics of the whole operation. So it's not just going to be a case of the components cost $296, and so therefore you have to charge $312 or something, you know? It's not going to be something like that. It's going to be, you have to consider the delivery pipelines for things. You know, you're going to have those components delivered to your factories, so you got to consider that. You're then going to have to weigh up all of the other things that you're adding together. So, for example, when you get those products and you have them delivered to the stores, generally speaking, a lot of stores won't actually have to pay the full delivery rates for it, and instead, distributors will take a hit on some of that there. Which can be good, but if you've got a distributor that's trying to post a 3% profit, you've got a manufacturer trying to post a 6% profit, then you've got all of these companies that are trying to post like 80% profits. Like, some of these companies are absolutely fucking stupid the way they're operating. You see them trying to go, it's like, yo, we're wanting to post profits of this much this year, and it's like, but if you do that, then at that point, someone could come along and undercut you. Unless, of course, you've created incredibly predatory legal agreements that people have had to sign. Not naming names, but, you know, anyone who is aware of anything to do with the online shopping industry, they're probably going to have a bit of a fucking understanding. Service, like sales or software as a service thing, that whole thing was like renting out software, renting out space on server farms and everything because you can't even save files locally anymore. That kind of thing is also going to be a little bit of a problem. You're going to end up with all of these compounding issues that just cause massive, massive, massive damage to the economies. And we are seeing that wealth distribution become absolutely wild. You know, for example, I would say probably anyone that watches anything, like if you're sitting watching this or something, if you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, the odds are you probably this year got a 4% raise or something. You probably got a raise that was around about 4 to maybe, if you were lucky, you got up to like an 8% raise or something. But the cost of your groceries, the cost of your fuel, the cost of energy, all of that there has increased beyond that. So functionally, you getting a 4% raise means you have been devalued over what the sort of, if you look at it as almost a societal pay rate. You know, you've been devalued. You're getting paid less because things are 10% more expensive, but you got paid 4% more. But at that point, probably you're not getting asked, hey, we want you to take it easy and we want you to do 5% less. You're probably having to do even more for that. So you've got all of these things leaning on you. And at the same time, you're getting told you don't get to fucking own anything. Is that not bullshit? Because that sounds to me like bullshit. Okay, let's get that toxic one to fight those guys. Oh, fudge. Ho-ho! Took him out in mid-air. Okay, ouch. Ooh, would that hurt? Oh, fudge. Oh, fudge. Well, at least we've got the rocket fuel, so we can kind of tell them, get the hell out of the way. And rifle ammo, I guess we're swapping to this. Right. So, we did a lot more killing here than we expected to. Right, we got that there, and oh no. Right, can you stop with the whole trying to kill me like that thing? I would like you to stop and to just get killed by other things, please. Good. Now, you can grab all the rest of this stuff, and we're fine. Pay more and you get less. Yes, that's the thing that's incredibly frustrating. Paying more. Like, even games nowadays. I haven't bought a game on launch since this, actually. I bought this on launch. Satisfactory. It came out in, what, June 2025? And I bought it at full price because I already owned it on PC, but I wanted to play it on console so I could do achievement runs, because I absolutely love this game. It was like 35 quid. Maybe like 35.74 or something. And I was so excited to pick it up. Picked it up, and I have got my money's worth out of this here. But I have held off on buying games like Resident Evil Requiem, Resident Evil 4 Remake and everything, because I know I will love these games. I know I will love them, but I won't love them 80 quid's worth. Silent Hill F looks absolutely fantastic, and I'm going to be really excited to play Silent Hill F when it comes down to like 15 quid or something. And it does have several new game cycles to get all of the things in it, so I will say fair dues to them for that. They have added a lot of content. We're going to highlight this so that we can go to it. But still don't matter that much. It's like 80 quid for... I would probably get maybe 40 hours of enjoyment out of it. Now recently, I bought the Warhammer Armageddon box. I will say, the way you say you're a launch addict, I'm a Warhammer launch addict. You know, I have to tell myself right now, it's like, I don't need the Astra Militarum Battle Force. I don't need that. Why would I possibly need that? I don't need that, so I'm not going to buy it. But it's got a friggin' tank. Part of me is like, need. And it's like, no. No, you don't. You do not need the Astra Militarum Battle Force, because it's what? 10 Kasserkin. It's got a tank. It's got a couple of... Oop, missed him. It's got a couple of field heavy weapons batteries, which like cool. Right, let's try and... Okay, we got that. Where is Big Flyboy? Okay, well, let's go for you. Let's bounce over this way. Okay, is that you dead? I think so. Right, last guy, right? Yes. Did that work? Are you dead? I think he is. Okay, good. We're clear on this side. But, if I think about it, for Warhammer, you know, I could easily get 1,000 hours out of it. You know, I could easily do that. So for me, it's like a time investment thing, because as well as that, I feel less bad because it's a creative thing. So right, we've got this here. I'm going to have a look and quickly see, do we have a coal node nearby? We do have a coal node there. A purity of normal. Right, this here, you're manufacturing a lot of bauxite there. And then we've got over here, we've got that 180 meters away. So what we can do is we could set up an aluminum scrap facility here. Oh, fudge. He was mean. But at least we can airstrike him. But we do gotta be a little bit careful. So right, fire at you. Ouch. I don't know how that did that, but it did do that. Fire. Keep reloading. God damn, this guy's tough. Okay, good. You're done. Now, we've got that generator there. We've got the bauxite thing here. We're not going to mess with this guy because he is non-hostile. And we got no problems with non-hostiles. You're non-hostile, right? Yes, you are. I'm going to be nice to you, and I'm going to clear the uranium that you're standing on so that you don't keep getting irradiated. So there we go. Now you should be fine to just stand up and do your thing. Now we've got all of this here. This is the bauxite. So, bauxite, let's go for power, and we're going to get another geothermal generator placed down there. And we've got a third one we can place there. So these generators are all going to feed together. And we want to clear that tree. And that. Now, all of this, did I ever give Starfield a go? I actually did. I quite enjoyed Starfield. It was, on launch, like, yeah, I agree, it wasn't exactly my favourite. But since then, it's got some really good little things that they've implemented. Like the settlement building in it. Really enjoyed that. So, I was happy with it, how it came out in the end. And I don't know, like, it's another one that if they bring down in price massively, then at that point I might pick up the expansions for. I still have yet to go for all achievements in it. I'm kind of like trying to make myself almost go, it's like, hey, so before you buy a new game or something, try completing an all achievement run on one of these games. So right, we've got this here. You move across like this. And then we're going to bring you down to here. So let's do that. And then we'll dismantle this. You are here like that. You're gonna go here. Try and destroy those trees. Good stuff. We don't love trees, so we don't. So we're gonna get rid of them. 39 quid in Smiths. That's not bad. Like, because I have Game Pass, you know, I play enough, like, online modes and everything with my mates. Game Pass for me was something that made sense. So I was pretty happy with that. Ooh, hang on. That's something I need to do. Water extractor. I need to see if there is an area with deep enough water that I can actually extract any. Must be placed on deep water.
An ad break has
Anything
started
over
on
here?
Twitch.
Okay, ad break has just started. Gosh darn you. Right, so that can't be nudged. Can we build it on the river here, maybe? Ooh. That's something we should look at. Let's take that out and get it gone. Lovely. Is that going to be deep enough, I wonder? Probably not, but maybe. So now try... Ooh. He wanted me airborne. Lovely. That's that taken care of. Drop down to here. We'll go over this way. Grab this and grab the Mercer Sphere. We've got to be approaching 150 of them now. We've got to be. Oh! You decided to follow me up there. Well, that's okay. Right. I am a little bit like a matador in this game. Once you get access to like turbo rocket fuel and everything, it's just really fun to be the matador kind of guy. Just jump over the top of charging enemies, do all that kind of nonsense. Right, we've got those. Right, let's see. Hang on, where is it? Water. We've got these water things here, but 600 meters from that. So we don't have what we need there. Let's look at water extractors. Okay. Right, build that there. And we'll hook this up to here. Run you over to here. And then you hook into that. You are connected to that. And you're the power storage that's linked into that. So everything is now hooked together, right? Ooh, not entirely. Let's hook this like that. Dismantle that power line. And connect you to here. And you all the way over to here. There we go. Lovely stuff. Now, what we want is we want refineries. So, production, we want a refinery here. This refinery is going to be Sloppy Alumina. Sloppy Alumina will then hook into this here, which is going to be our aluminum scrap. So you will hook around here. There's our 5 like that. Now, you are going there, and we're going to feed you around to here. Lovely. You are now connecting over to here. So this here, you are going to require water. So let's go organization. Let's put a buffer in here so that we can have lots of that water going in. And, ooh, we could take some of that. Oh, that might be an idea. No, you can't actually package water like that. You have to use the plastic thing for packaging water. What a shame. Okay, so let's do the crafting bench here. And we need to... Nope, wrong thing. We are looking for the equipment workshop. This, lovely. We're going to build a few of these. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Lovely. So, those are hooked in like that. Let's do logistics, and we're going to do pipeline Mark II. You feed around into here. You are going to go into here. And you, my friend, are going to start going out from this way. So this pipeline, we got to run all the way over to here. And this is going to be... Whoop, nope, that's really ugly. We don't want that kind of an angle. You're going like that. You feed over this way. You go over like this. And now... we'll take this and feed it around to here. You are now going into there. So, this here, we need a pump Mark II or a pump Mark 1. Pump Mark 1 should do. Whoop. So we need to set that to go up the way. Pump Mark 1. You go there. And connect that up to here. So you should be pumping 30 meter, right, you're 120 per minute. So that 120 per minute, we gotta work out and do some calculating on this. And right, get this here. You're going to be a T-junction, and we're gonna pop you there. Get this, and we want you going, whoop. Let's get you connecting into there. So this here, you are going to produce how much water? 120 per minute. And you're going to output, so that's 120 coal per minute. We need a Mark II miner there. Let's pop that there. Now you feed over to here. Lovely. And you are now hooked into this. You're going to feed all that coal out. And you're going to do 120 per minute. You're going to be 300 per minute. No, okay, so 720 per minute is our max that we can output. And over here, we're going to go for transport and a drone port. Not just a transport, but a drone port. So this here, let's take this and feed this from there. So this will produce 300, 240, and 240 per minute. Lovely. You need 200 per minute. So, okay. That's doing its little thing. We can go like this. And is that all? Like, okay, you're connected. Fine. All of this here is now operational. Yeah. So, this is going to use 200 per minute. And 200 per minute to produce, so we need 480 per minute. 480 per minute. That's 400 water and 400 bauxite per minute. You're going to produce 240, so we need to set the water extractor to 160 per minute. That's what we're going to set this up as. Over here, 160 per minute. And you are gonna, how do we do target rate? 160. Confirm. So that's gonna be 133.3 repeating. That will output all of that water over to there. And now we take these bauxite things here, and we want these to output up to there. So you go like this, and you're going to output as many of those as you possibly can. So you need 400 per minute on bauxite. How much have we got here? Ooh. Right. 300 per minute. I think it's time for us to upgrade this. No! Oh, that's such a shame. That's a poor node, I guess. Is it? It's normal. Hang on, wait. Miner Mark II and a normal node. Okay, yep. I'm with you. That does actually track. So this here is going to produce aluminum scrap. We're going to output all of it into here. And good. So this port, all ports, Arlanda or Norrköping. That journey is going to be, right, maximum transfer rate. It's time for us to head back to our base. But first, let's have a quick look for a cave entrance somewhere. There's bound to be one because we're near to a summer sloop. So let's try and find it. Ooh. Well, blue power slug. Not what we were looking for, but I'm not going to turn it down. So, ooh, Mercer Sphere as well. Please don't hit me. Okay, he didn't hit me. He's a good lad, that particular fluffy-tailed hog. What else have we got? Are you a Mercer Sphere? You are a Mercer Sphere. And another one. Please don't. That's technically cyberbullying, Mr. Volcanic Spitter. So please don't cyberbully me. There we go. Good lad. Grab this, and now I guess we're going for the Mercer Sphere. Fudge you. Don't cyberbully me either, fluffy-tailed hog.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Okay. Yes, stand away from the leaves. Right, you charge me. Lovely. Right, good. Now we take this, hog remains, and we get the Mercer Sphere here. And then we're sorted. Do we also have... we must have already picked up the Spitter remains. Right, so that's that bit done. Oh wait, hang on. We could have been researching that the whole time. Those we're going to get rid of. Yep, yep. Yes to all of those. Definitely to these. And the bauxite. The bauxite also gotta go. So this here node is going to produce a lot. An absolute lot of things. So right. Over this here way. So it's got to be close to this cliffside, right? Oh. Is that cave entrance? Nope. My turn. Well, even if I don't hit you, I can still try to blow up your family. Don't actually do that if you're ever in warfare, though. It's technically against the rules. You'll get permabanned from Freedom if you do that. Oh, fudged a lot of yous. Just fudge you to absolute heck. You little dribble. Right, you done? Why? There we go. He got fucking sent. Full send. You? Yep. Full send. Grab the stinger remains. Lovely. And the summer sloop. Ooh. More remains here? Yes, please. So we're still near... Oh, okay. We've got one over there. Ooh, fudge you. Right, you're mean. And there we go. So, stinger remains. Take care of you. Summer sloop. It's all down this way. So, Wohin gehst? Ooh, you're gonna be up in the tree, aren't you? You crafty. Sneaky, sneaky. So, get rid of that, and now we're heading back to our base. So that we can set the drones to start carrying all of that aluminum scrap. Stinger over there just being mean. Right, we're flying. We're soaring, flying. There's not a place in Massage 2B that we can't reach. And we are breaking free. Right, up this here way. Whoop, bouncy, bouncy. Slide to the left. Take it back now, y'all. Up this here way. Oi, 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 oi. And keep on going. We're gonna grab this here just because we can. Oh no! Our gas filters are starting to get depleted. We've only got 21 left. But I've got anti-gas defenses too. And I'm not just talking about a cork for if I've had too many carbonated beverages. Yoink! Come on then, buddy. Good try, you little fuck nozzle. Don't know why that's the insult I choose, but when in doubt, just add the word nozzle to something. Well, fudge you. Okay, nice miss, dipshit. Now we're good. So, back to home base. And, now that we've got all this done, we can start upgrading our little drone networks, etc. That's going to be over there with that. Let's try and stick with the high ground. I don't want to go too far down into those. Right, not mushroom. Mercer sphere? Okay, there's ones up here actually. So maybe let's go towards it. Try and collect it and see. Is that going to be around? Okay. It's going to be underneath here, maybe? I hear it. But I don't see it. Okay, right. Pop those. Lovely. Grab this. Mercer sphere. Is that 150 yet? Still not 150. Fudge. Heckin' fudgerama. Ah well. Let's go over this way. And we're going to start collecting from the collectors. Ooh, maybe the aluminum scrap gets processed at the source. Landing. There we go. Where is it? It's up this way, apparently. Oh! Is there one along the cliffside here or something? Right, let's land here. And now we'll just zoom our way up to the surface. Here we go. I'll fudge the lot obvious. So there we go. That's one done. Ouch. Death. Knew that. Knew that was going to happen. Because I'm a silly biscuit. That's
Do
why.
I need to explain how organic bodies
Alexa,
work?
turn on the office light.
Okay.
I need to get key lighting. Right, go for those. Let's quickly check over here how many of these we've got. We've got 100 of those now. So computers are going to be our limiting factor, I guess. Holy mercy me. That's a lot of those now. Now, up to here. Upload all of them. Okay. What about Caterium computers? Do I have the ability to make those from here? Nope, not from there. That's going to be a manufacturer thing, isn't it? Yep, Caterium computers 4, 6, and 14. But that can be mass-produced pretty quickly. Let's load 200 of those in. We need quick wire, and we need rubber. And now, rubber. So, let's load that and those. Into here, we're going to load this and that. Okay, so that'll be more computers at least. Right. It's doing its thing. We are completely out of the fuel. Unfortunate. Over here, look at this. We could go for... Do we have more supercomputers? We don't. So, what we do need is fused modular frames. We've got 41 of those. So let's load them in. And we're going up this way. Right, that's just biomass and everything. Over here we've got a lot of that. Right, that's solid biofuel. Never hurts to have a whole pile. But we're going back to the drone port and, oh yeah, we should take some batteries with us. So where are the batteries? They're in here. Lovely stuff. So I think the drones, we should set up mass importing for drones. And then we should have each of them go into a refinery array. Or not a refinery array, a production, like a smelter array. That will produce what we need for it. And then we can start off with the construction. So this here, let's keep bouncing and sliding along. We've got 5 rounds in the mag. But that ain't exactly enough right now. We're gonna have to avoid combat with anything that's lying on the ground there. So now, let's dismantle these. This, and a whole pile of stuff, actually. We're dismantling all of this crap. So all of this, and right, let's dismantle these here. Nope. So, that. Lovely. We don't want these dismantled, so we'll remove them from the dismantled pile. These we do want gotten rid of. This is fine, like this. So this will go like that. You are going to output from there into a smelter array. So production, smelter array, Caterium. And you are going to go for blueprint auto connect. So we want one there. And then one here. Now. This, right, these are the wrong way around, aren't they? Wait, that's a splitter? That's the correct way. Okay, good. So let's get that output to there. Nope. That's the output. Let's take this. And now, we'll output from here over to here. You're going to be a straightaway. So that's unfortunate. Right, this no power. Let's fix that. So you are connecting to this, and you are connecting to this. You then connect to that. So this is all, damn it, the wrong thing again. It's all wrong. Right. We gotta go fix that blueprint. So you are going to connect to here. And you connect to there. You will get dismantled. And these will as well. Let's go fix the blueprint for our smelter bays. That's what we'll go and we'll do. Now, when we set up the drone blueprint, with the drone array thing, we will be sorted. Right, all of this here, fuel power generator, lovely. We've got 7 rocket fuels. That might be enough. Let's upload all of these things. Nope, not the rocket fuel. We want to hold on to that. All of these other things. No to the batteries as well. Stupid of me. Circuit boards, all of that other stuff. Now, let's bounce, fly, and slide our way up to our death crate. So, we'll make it up to here. And we can take this out. Lovely. Now we grab this blue power slug. And we're going to jump and fly our way towards the hatcher up here. We're going to break this hatcher. And then we're going to try to bait that guy into charging off the cliff. So right. There we go. Lovely. He just despawned. Don't you love it when an enemy falls so hard that they fall out of reality? He just no-clipped his way into the back rooms. Which was, frankly, silly of him. Whoop. Don't want that. Right. Jump, fly, all of this here. Wanna see, did he land? You're not meant to be down here. So he did survive, so not only is he fluffy-tailed, he's also apparently fluffy-parachuted. I wonder what happens if you climb on top of them. Can you rodeo them? Right. Good. You're done. Bye-bye now. No space for hog remains. Well, that's strange. Right, drone part Arlanda. We're going to swap that out. And eventually, we're going to be running multiple different train networks and everything. Drones will be handy for certain things. They're handy for bauxite right now. And I just realized something. We forgot to do the whole checking out what they've got. So, this here, this port to Noropking. Last fuel type. Okay, so if we load those in, 11 batteries per trip. That's pretty good. So that means we're going to get lots of import-export going. We've got those, and those are going to receive a whole pile of items. Now, these highways will have to be replaced in time. And it will be better for us to do that. So, MAM research complete. Lovely. We're 440 of the magnetic field generators. So, we're getting there on that one. Computers, we've got loads of things working there. Hello there, Torty. Hi. Hello. You okay there, kitten? You want to jump up? Hey, Torty. Whoop. Torty. Hey. Oh, little papa. Want to get lifted so that you could say hello to everyone? Jump up. Hey. Jump up. Torty. Oh, you want to get lifted instead. Oh, the little baby. The little baby says hello. Do you want to purr? Hi. Little precious angel. Mwah. Who's your good girl? Oh. She's like, I am not a good girl. I am a Hellcat, and you will respect me as such. So, right, over here, we've got all of this. We're going to get rid of all of this. And we're going to have you go into, right, clear this out. We're going to load productions and smelter array. Aluminum. So, this here, pure aluminum ingot. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So let's just check and make sure. Yep, that's all 12 of those sorted. So actually, that drone port, if we feed it out, we can have all of the aluminum ingots being produced just from one bay. And I like that. I'm okay with that. So let's go set it up. So up this here way, drone part Arlanda. We also want this to export a lot of the bauxite that we've got. We actually had way too much bauxite, in fact. There is our drone inbound. So where is the drone? There it is. There's our buddy. Landing down like that. And now, let's go for organization. And we want a few of these. So, that's that part. Blueprints, smelter array, new. Aluminum. Pop that down there. And you will connect to where? You connect to that. This should all be operational. So that goes like that, and now we can load that into there. So these here. Oh crap. The bauxite's gonna block everything. We're a buffoon. Wait, hang on. Pyre? Where is... Why no pyre? Okay. Because I'm an idiot, that's why. So our resource bays are... prevented. I am in Egypt. Right. What are you doing? You are... aluminum scrap. Wire... Oh, damn it. Right, dismantle that. Is that the one? We gotta make sure everything else is running fine. Yep, no other blockages. So these here are all going to output. And we're going to do organization. Let's do lots of these. So these, we're going to have 3 separate ones. And logistics, let's do a conveyor splitter right here. So you go in like this. Lovely. You'll go like this. You'll go like this. And you'll go like this. Those are all going to output to there. And let's go for an organization dimensional depot right there. Conveyor lift Mark 5. So this here, you're going to use 720 per minute. What is our item throughput? 2.62 stacks per minute. Not ideal. Wait, hang on. Actually, when that does the transfer and everything, that's a lot that it's carrying all at once. So I'm okay with that. That's pretty good, in fact. So over here, we've got all of these going. You're mass producing. But that's the aluminum ingot side of things. So those are now doing their thing. Lovely. We could go for a pyre array over here. I want to check and see how we're doing on the rocket fuel side of things. We don't have the empty fuel tanks. So let's grab ourselves some ingots. So we can load 100 of those in, and that'll do its thing. Right, over here we've still got loads of coal and loads of sulfur. Are you compacted coal or just coal? You're just coal. So let's do that, load all of that in, and then we've got even more rocket fuel. So this stuff will be perfectly fine for us. Wonder if packaged rocket fuel, should we have it set as a thing? It's not a bad idea. We could have those bays feed out to something that, it might work, in fact. Right, up this here way, you're going to do the compacted coal thing. You're producing... What are you idle for? Okay, you're just idle for no reason. Now, over here, we'll load those in. And pop this here. Now, conveyor Mark 5. Get that uploaded, and now we'll go for ingot. So, upload all of those, and that'll be all of this packaged rocket fuel ready to go. So we're on 440 of 500. Really? That is static. If that's static, does that mean we don't have enough to complete those? Because I don't like the thought of that. I don't like the thought of that at all. Let's find out. So, over this here way, Keep bouncing and flying. We'll upload ammo just to clear some inventory space. But over this way, do we have enough of these? Right, we don't have any space there. Okay. So what are we missing here? Is it frameworks? Yes, it is frameworks. 1, 2, so let's see. That's going to be 40. And then if we load those in, that 25, that should be us filled up on that. 5 and 2. Yeah. That'll be that completed. Right, computer time. Over to here. Nope, silly me. You have 132 computers. Let's swap you back over to adaptive control units. We've got all of these on the go now. And you're going to produce more of them. Now, we're going to take those adaptive control units and we're going to upload them. So you, up to there. We've got 50 of them, and we want the other 50. Really? Where's the other 50? Right. Those 3 can go up. Now, the versatile frameworks. Okay, good. And these. That should be all of that ready. Maybe we need to set up a bay that will send everything out. Do we do a bay that's going to send all of the stuff out? Right, over here, that's that. We also have a thing to go for, so it's 10:15. We're going to wrap it up just as soon as OC supercomputer, a cooling system, and a radio control unit. For that. Or radio connection unit. That's fantastic. We're going for that. Bolted frame. Tempting. Pioneer inventory slots. Or copper router. You know what? We're going for that just to clear a little bit more. And over here, do we have any others? No, we don't have any other +6s. So, all of that there sorted. We've got another 6 inventory slots. We can upload those. And we could start to upload all of these as well. This is going to produce as many of these as it can. And computers, yes, computers. Let's load these in from here. Do their thing. While we go over and check this. So this manufacturer is currently not making any things. Let's swap you over to stator mode, right? Yep, stators. So we want 600. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be 600, so that's going to be 400, and then we need 1600 wiring, right? Yep, 1600 wiring. That'll be enough. So take this here, head over to this, grab this, and we'll upload all of that. 25 per minute. You're going to make 400, so 16 minutes that's going to take. But in the meantime, we are going to save, and we are going to wrap it up here. I am going to call it for the evening. We're going to set it to the... Oh, wrong screen. We are going to the ending soon screen. So, I will be back on tomorrow. And yeah, I'm not sure what time, but I will catch yous tomorrow, where I might start something else for an all achievement run. Or to continue this. Maybe I'm going to start something else for the all achievement run. Or maybe I'll continue Stalker Clear Sky. I think Stalker Clear Sky sounds good. So I will catch yous then. Meantime, take care and have a good rest of your evening.